A very warm welcome, ladies and gentlemen, once again, and I request all our guests to kindly settle down as we'll be starting very shortly. Thank you. Scar. Huh? Namaskar, Shubh and a very good morning, distinguished dignitaries, delegates, eminent industry leaders, esteemed guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen. Logistics is not movement, logistics is momentum. And momentum is what builds nation. My name is Saroj, and I welcome all of you to the National Conference on Modern Logistics for Metals and Minerals 3.0, presented by Jindal Steel, the steel of India, and organized by Metalogic PMS Private Limited. A platform where we thrive to move Bharat's growth story from vision to velocity. Ladies and gentlemen, in Sanskrit it is said, Yogaha Karmasu Kaushalam, meaning excellence in execution is true progress. Here, today's gathering brings together leadership, knowledge, and intent. As we meet today, we are also at a very special moment of transition, ladies and gentlemen. It is our year-end conference. Christmas is just around the corner, and we are closing 2025 with reflection and stepping into 2026 with renewed direction. A moment to acknowledge progress and to celebrate people and moment that made it all happen. In this spirit, today is not only about insights and strategy, it is also about engagement, participation, enthusiasm, and a little bit of celebration. We will also have a very fun and insightful quiz throughout the day, ladies and gentlemen, and with exciting gift hampers for all our winners. So be extremely prepared for it. We want to see all your enthusiasm for it because, you know, meaningful conversations do deserve some joyful moments. As we conclude 2025, we energize 2026. With this celebratory and purposeful spirit, we now formally begin and welcome all of you to our inaugural session. An inauguration is not just a ritual, it is a commitment to direction. And with this, I invite our distinguished dignitaries to join us for the traditional lamp lighting ceremony. I invite Ms. Priya Ranjan Prasad, Lloyd's Metal and Energy, Mr. Sushil Novel, EVP Logistics, JSW Steel, Mr. Prashant Goyal, Senior Director, Commercial and Marketing, DP World, Mr. N.D. Rao, President, Slurry, Amalgam Steel, Mr. Shobit Bhatnagar, IRTS, Director, Operations and Business Development at DFCCIL, and I also invite Ms. Monica Bachchan. Ladies and gentlemen,
गणनायकाय गणदैवताय गणाध्यक्षाय धीमहि गुणशरीराय गुणमण्डिताय गुणेशानाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय
Ganeshaya Namaha. As the lamp is lit, may ideas ignite and pathways illuminate. I also invite all our distinguished dignitaries to kindly grace the dais, and I request Ms. Monica Bachchan, founder and CEO Metalogic PMS, to kindly accompany Nagar, IRTS Director Operations and Business Development at DFCCIL. A very warm welcome to all of you. And we also have the presence of Ms. Monica Bachchan, founder and CEO, Metalogic PMS. Ladies and gentlemen, now we would like to extend our personal warm welcome to all our distinguished dignitaries on the dais. And I would request Ms. Monica Bachchan to welcome them with a bouquet. A very warm welcome to all our distinguished dignitaries on the dais, and we are very, very thankful for your time and presence. Thank you for joining us today. Thank you for giving us your precious time and valuable company. Thank you, Monica, for welcoming them. Ladies and gentlemen, today's conference matters because India's logistic cost is transforming from a constraint into a competitive advantage. Metals and minerals are the backbone of Atmanirbhar Bharat. Smart logistics is now national strategy, not operational detail. A 1% reduction in logistics cost can add up to billions in GDP. This is why this room matters. This is why you all matter today. And before we begin, it is important to acknowledge the vision behind this platform, Metalogic PMS, under the leadership of Ms. Monica Bachchan, has not only organized events, it has curated conversations that influence policy, industry, and execution. Monica's strength lies in three things: clarity of purpose, credibility of content, and consistency of delivery. A round of applause for Ms. Monica Bachchan, and I also invite her for the welcome address now.
So we have this tool for the shorter people like me, so that people can see us. So very good morning to everyone. Namaskar. Distinguished speakers, industry leaders, partners, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Metalogic Projects Management Services, it is my pleasure to welcome you all to the conference on modern logistics for metals and minerals. So this is the third edition of modern logistics, and I tell you a very short story how this program started. That was way back in 2019 when we did modern logistics as a first edition, and this idea came with Mr. Jagannathan from Pest Mill. Mr. Jagannathan? So we had several conversations during those times, and he gave me an idea, why don't you do a conference on logistics and let's talk modern logistics for metal and mining. As the steel industry vision to increase the production capacities to 300 million ton, it is very important to plan how to meet those raw material and finished steel raw material movements. And this cannot happen just like that. So it needs very meticulous planning, and then what kind of technologies we have to adopt. So it becomes a combination of logistic providers, decision makers, and then technology providers, and then the integration of AI, digitization, everything, it becomes a combination. And that is the reason in this house we have not only steel or mining companies, but the people who have developed logistic parks, people who have come up with transport management systems, like we have Fetron, and then HIN in the stack, and logistic park like RRS, one of our exhibitor who have developed, and there are many more companies, no? And then it also needs to discuss about slurry pipeline, for which we need to know, how the slurry pipelines are going to take place, the land acquisitions, and then, the technical integrities of slurry pipeline, the pumping part where minerals are there with us. So I would like to begin my sincere thanking to Jindal Steel first for coming forward and, becoming the main sponsor of the program and really making this, our effort to support it. The presenting sponsor of today's conference, their strong focus on integral logistics, operational efficiency and innovation across the steel value chain makes them an ideal partner for a discussion of this important. And all the ISPs now are going forward for slurry pipeline. It is my honor and privilege to extend a very warm welcome to our distinguished speakers. Our chief guest, Mr. Ajay Tamtaji, will be joining us after the parliamentary session around 12:15. And then, of course, we have to accommodate him maybe after the inauguration during our sessions only, but then he is trying his best to present in our conference. I also extend a warm welcome to Mr. Priya Ranjan Prasad from Lloyds Metal and Energy, Mr. Sushil Novel from JSW Steel, Mr. Prashant Goyal from DP World, Mr. VR Sharma, who will be joining us online from Jindal Advisory Services, Mr. Shobhit Bhatnagar from Dedicated Freight Corridors. Your collective experience across steel, mining, ports, railway, highways, and public infrastructure brings immense value to today's discussion. We are honored by your presence and look forward to learning from your insights. I would also like to specially thank our speakers today and delegates who have traveled from outside Delhi, especially in this peak winter season. Your effort and commitment to be here today are truly appreciated, and your presence adds tremendous value to our forum. And trust me, I was very worried because of the fog, although I was, giving a lot of motivation to all of you that do not be afraid of fog. But I think let us enjoy this weather. Logistic today is no longer a support function. It is a strategic backbone of the metals and mineral industry. Cost competitiveness, sustainability, speed, resilience, increasing depend on how efficiency material move from mines to factories, warehouse, infrastructure, projects and ports. As India expands its manufacturing and infrastructure ambition, modern logistic solutions become critical enablers of growth. At Metalogic PMS, we work as knowledge and analytical partner to the steel, mining and allied industries. Our work spans market intelligence, data-driven research, policy impact analysis, industry reports, conferences, and professional training programs. Our objective is to help industry stakeholders take informed, timely decision by combining data, domain experience, and practical industry understanding. Platform like today's, just 1 second, this laptop is a bit disturbing me. Yeah. So platforms like today's conference reflect our commitment to meaningful outcome-oriented dialogues. I would like to mention that in this year, as I reflect back to 2025, Metalogic has come out with its own exclusive publications. One of the exclusive publications which we have come out is Indian Steel Guide. So you can see on your screen, Indian Steel Guide. This is a statistical publication, limited publication of Metalogic, where there is a 5 years of data of not only steel, but mining, also the production, consumption numbers, of Indian steel industry. And if anybody want to know what is Indian steel industry, this is the steel guide for them. That also contains a map, Indian map, which you can tear it and paste it on the wall, that contains state-wise how many mills are operating and what is their production capacities, running capacities. As we move through the day, we have curated sessions that address logistics end-to-end, covering infrastructure, operation, and technology. We will begin with slurry pipeline, discussing their scope, challenges, and economics as a sustainable solution for bulk material handling movement. This will followed by a session on factory logistics, warehouse optimization, and material handling, focusing on efficiency, automation, safety, and space utilization. A key highlight will be strengthening last mile connectivity through road transport, examining the role of highways, multimodal integrations, and policy support. We will then deep dive into the role of IoT, artificial intelligence, and drones, technologies that are already transforming visibility, efficiency, and decision making in supply chain. Our session on bridges will focus on smart and reliable construction techniques, emphasizing safety, durability, and fast execution. Finally, we will conclude with ports and shipping, exploring capacity expansion, efficiency, and integration with inland logistics to strengthen India's industrial and trade competitiveness. I would also like to inform you that we have made some interactive interactions through our quiz program today. During the course of the conference, we will be conducting quiz linked to the session theme. So please stay engaged and participate actively. And the winners will definitely get some gifts. So, we want through this quiz, we want to thank this year. And with knowledge, we will be celebrating today. I would now like to take a moment to thank our sponsors and supporting association, without whose support this conference would not have been possible. We are grateful for Jindal Steel, JSW Steel, Lloyds Metals, Fetron, Saxena Marine Tech, Liberty High Rise, Hind Industech, Ware Minerals, RRS Logistics, and Fomento Resources for their valuable support and partnership. We also sincerely thank our supporting associations for their encouragement and collaborations. Once again, thank you all for being here. I wish you an insightful and engaging and productive conference, and I look forward for a day meaningful discussion and collaborations. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful day ahead.
Thank you, Monica, for setting the tone for the conference, and thank you for the warm welcome address. Ladies and gentlemen, they say policy enables, infrastructure empowers, and logistics accelerates. Today, we are very grateful to have amongst us industry stalwarts and visionaries, and we also have the extreme privilege to hear it from them. Ladies and gentlemen, we will begin with our industry keynote now, and firstly, I would invite Mr. Priya Ranjan Prasad from Lloyds Metals and Energy to give his insight, please.
Good morning.
Good morning.
The distinguished guest of the dais, Ms. Monica ji, and all the very, very accomplished delegates that is there in this room today. First of all, thanks to Monica ji and her team of Metalogic for organizing such a beautiful conference on a topic which is very, very diverse, very, very involved, and needs support of all and sundry in this country, starting from government, the government machineries, all the agencies, the industry, particularly mining and metal, and also the various operators that we have, the various logistic teams that we have in this country and abroad also. I feel slightly on a back foot because I'm not truly a logistics man. I do participate and take advantage of the facilities available. Basically a manufacturing man in the small world of steel industry. But having said so, this logistics and the infrastructure around that takes a very significant role in the business that we are in and also the development that the country is going to see in the near future. A thumb rule says that talking of steel particularly, although the discussion is on mining and metals for all the metals that we have in this country. Steel particularly, for every ton of steel that you produce and sell, you need about 3 tons of raw material and some half a ton of byproducts and waste that is generated. So 3 tons of raw material, 1 ton of steel, half a ton of byproduct, that makes it 4.5 ton. And generally all the steel plants, they have power generation coupled to that. So that needs coal particularly at this moment of time. So about 5 to 6 tons is required per ton of steel produced, needs to be moved inbound and outbound. As of now, the country produces about 150 million tons. So that makes it 750 million tons of movement. And going forward, as Monica ji said, that the government's plan is, the government's vision is that we go to first 200, then 250, then 300 million ton, and in 2047, some 450 million ton. That's the government's plan. So it means almost with 300 million ton steel, it would mean about 100 to 1500 million tons of movement is needed. And for that, immense amount of planning and work is to be done from all of us, from the industry, from the government, and we have chairman of dedicated freight corridor sitting here. They are also doing a lot in that direction. And by and large, for the mining and metal, significant amount of that goes by railways. So there is a lot of work needs to be done in that direction also. Of course, nowadays, government has built very good infrastructure in the country for road movement. And we have seen from age-old 10 tonners to 20 tonners to 30 tonners, now 40, 50 tonners, trucks and trailers moving on the roads at a fairly good speed. In our childhood, there used to be written on the buses that we go to school, maximum 40 kilometers per hour. That was written on the buses and the trucks. But that is no longer true because of the infrastructure that is being developed in the country. So from that point of view, it's very, very important, and this kind of a conference that Metalogic has taken the lead for the nation's development is very important. Also, from the cost point of view, the cost of logistics goes into cost of your production, cost of your product that gets added. And that also is a significant chunk in the total price of the product that we sell in the market. Thirdly, the efficiency that we need to develop. For that, we have experts from the industry on digitization, automation, and also networking across the country. So I think we need to focus on all these three. First, the quantity, the bulk movement, the cost, and the efficiency. And we have a very wide cross-section of experts today in this conference hall, and I think we'll have a very, very meaningful discussion. All the best, and once again, thank you very much for organizing such a difficult topic. We have taken part in many conferences on technical and technology, but this is something which is a very, very challenging topic. All the best to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Prasad, for sharing a very insightful experience and also for your warm wishes. Ladies and gentlemen, जैसे उद्योग की आवाज़ नीति और निष्पादन के बीच सबसे मजबूत सेतु होती है. And I'm sure we all want to hear how to move beyond theory to what truly works on ground. And this is what we are sharing in our industry keynote. With this, I invite now Mr. Sushil Nowal, EVP Logistics, JSW Steel, to share his insight, please.
Respected distinguished guests on the dais, off the dais, industry leaders, policy makers, participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to all of you. I sincerely thank very much to Metalogics event for bringing together stakeholders from government bodies, industry and logistics to deliberate on one of the most critical of India's industrial growth. India's metal sector covering steel, aluminium, copper, zinc, ferroalloys and mining is a key pillar of the nation's economy. Among these, steel accounts for over 50% of total metal volumes, making it the backbone of our metals and minerals ecosystem. In 2025, India produces 155 million ton against installed capacity of 180 million ton, and with ongoing expansions, we are moving decisively towards 300 million ton capacity by 2030, reinforcing India's position as the world's second largest steel producer. Steel is one of the most logistics intensive sectors. For every ton of steel produced, nearly 4.5 tons of raw material, steel, coal, flexes, and finished goods involve the transportation. With this 1,200 million tons per annum transportation involved by 2030, when our capacity will be 300 million ton. These volumes speaks why today's discussions on infrastructure, logistics, multimodal transport and technology adoptions are so vital. As highlighted, Bharatmala, Sagarmala, dedicated freight corridor, national waterways are transforming India's logistics backbone, and these schemes are enabling, like in case of faster execution through PPP model, and private investments are getting support of Government of India as well. Infra projects transforming logistics like ease of doing business in policies by Government of India, then transparency in approvals and clearances, on rolling stock investment by the private players, and PFT developments under Gati Shakti. Under decongestion of road and rail networks, slurry and pipe conveyors for raw material transportation, larger ports are under constructions, high capacity wagons and axle load improvements, e-waybills and GST regimes, improved highways and connectivity, improved mechanized rake examination facilities, and greater use of coastal and inland waterways in coming days. And already at present we are at 6% of waterways transports, which is improved from the last 5-7 years to today's conditions. India's 25 plus major and minor ports play a crucial role in importing raw material and exporting steel and facilitating coastal shipping between the east and west coasts. Ports and coastal shippings are emerging as sustainable, cost-effective measures, alternatives to road and rail, strengthening port infra, improving last mile connectivity, and aligning with India's maritime decarbonization goals. In topic of today, in ports and shipping, this will be further explored during the session. Pipe conveyors and slurry pipelines are extremely relevant for scale of bulk movement of raw materials as it reduces carbon emissions and reduces carbon emissions and road congestion, improve reliability and safety with the speed, lower long-term logistics cost. Beyond bulk transport, efficient factory logistics and material handling and warehouse optimization are essential to reduce costs and improve productivity. Automation, innovation, GIT inventory, and optimized layouts are now core to competitive manufacturing. Digitalization is no longer optional. IoT, AI, automation, and predictive analytics are transforming transport management, asset utilization, and real-time decision making, like at JSW Steel. We have digitalized all our logistics process of rail and road, specific to our two steel plants of Dolvi and Vijayanagar, and our all road and rail activity we are digitalized end to end. For example, like the material all over India, pan-India, if it is coming to the plant up to the GRN made, and the finished goods dispatching from the plant delivered to the customer, it is all digitalized and it's a paperless 100%, which we are implementing to our other steel plants also. So this is kind of like digitalization is going to help end-to-end point of view. At JSW Steel, today we are 35 million ton capacity plant, and our aim is to 60 million ton by 2030. Looking that logistics transformation is a strategic priority for us, and for that we have taken initiatives, and those span are like captive ports and terminals. Today our ports capacity is 130 million ton, which we are aiming 300 million ton by 2030. As of now, pipe conveyors, our one pipe conveyor at Vijayanagar plant, which is the longest in world, which we are transporting iron ore movement in that 26 kilometer, and slurry pipeline is also coming in our Odisha plant. Our own number of rakes is 100 as of now is operating. We are aiming 200 more rakes in coming 1 to 2 years time, which is going to support to the service to the customers. Our own private freight terminals, as of now we are having 6. Within 1 year time we are aiming around further adding 20 number of private freight terminals. Again, it is strategic locations, it will be built on pan-India basis to service to the customers. Coastal shipping and sustainable road connect transport by own e-trucks, barges, and definitely with the berths. Digital control towers and AI-driven operations. Sustainability initiatives for decarbonization of processes. In this latest, in last 4 months back, first time in world, we have converted 27-year-old diesel loco to the battery loco with the zero emission. And we have the 100 locos in JSW group, which we are going to convert them in next 2 years time as a zero emission basis, all battery locos. And then definitely we are holding this, our success with other steel plants also. We are going to create this facility for them also, so that we can create some ecosystem of like coming from diesel and fossil fuel to the green initiative point of view. These efforts reflect how industry is aligning with the very theme being discussed at this conference. And again, I thank Metalogic Events for organizing this relevant conference. I look forward to insightful discussions during all sessions. I am confident today's deliberations will help build a more efficient, resilient, and sustainable logistics ecosystem for India's metals and minerals sector. Thank you, and I wish you all a productive conference. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nawal, for offering a very clear perspective from a practitioner's point of view and reinforcing how scale, integration, and disciplined logistics planning translate directly into operational resilience. Ladies and gentlemen, now we turn to a leader whose insights travel seamlessly across boardrooms and borders, and today across screens as well. It's our pleasure to welcome Mr. V.R. Sharma, Chairman, Vice Chairman, Jindal Advisory Services, joining us virtually, but very much present in thought and perspective. Mr. V.R. Sharma.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for taking me online. I'm sorry I couldn't join you at the time physically. I'm not in the country. I thought I'll share my views in few moments. So, first of all, thank you, Monica and the Metalogic team for organizing such a wonderful event. And this is the requirement today. We must know what we are doing, how we are transporting the goods, what is the role of modern logistics in Indian industry, steel industry. Worldwide, if you see that the steel industry, they spend about 9 to 14% of their total revenue in transportation. Balance means in India, they represent about 12 to 16%, whereas in Europe and America and also in Japan, it is less than 10% in single digit. So there is ample scope for the Indian steel industry to reduce cost of logistics, be it a slurry pipeline from mines to steel plants, and then be it a railway line or logistic to the surface transport by This is a good sign. The slurry pipeline in Odisha are quite popular now. There are, I think, 5 slurry. Am I audible? There are 5 slurry pipelines today in operation in Odisha. But the slurry pipeline from NMDC, Bacheli or Jagdalpur area to the rest of the country are yet to be developed. So there are issues like in Odisha. And normally the slurry on account of the transportation trucks, they have investments in trucks, loaders, and also the other equipments. So I think that creates some ripples in between industry and the local authorities. Well, similar problems may be faced tomorrow when we go to NMDC, like in Macheli or in Port district, to transport material through the slurry pipelines. As far as the coastal movement is concerned, India is having more than 7,200 kilometers of coastal line. So from east to west or west to east or the down south, there are ample scopes of transporting goods, especially the steel, finished goods from eastern India to the western and vice versa. So today, the issue is how to transport through a multimodal transport mechanism the goods from finished goods from steel mills to the service centers and the service centers to the end users. So normally in China and also in Europe as well as in America, the a very good connectivity with the service centers and this thing where even 2 wagons or 3 wagons are taken to the service centers and the goods are transported from one service center to another service center. I mean, that model is yet to be implemented by Indian Railway because in any case, when any of the steel mills, whether we take or we have our own SFTOs, or coal handling rakes, or the steel coils, or the long products. We have to use the network of Indian Railway. When it comes to Indian Railway, then the steel industry, they have a constraint because they cannot use their own power. So the power has to be from Indian Railway, and that means the complete traffic is to be arranged or to be managed by Indian Railway. So I think more and more dedicated freight corridors are required in the country, so that the Indian steel mills and also the other users like aluminium, cement, and major core sector industry, they can also utilize the dedicated freight corridors from one location to another location. So today, transporting even half rake of 2,000 ton is a difficult is a challenge, and whereas we need to transport in quarter rake, say about 10 or 12 wagons per fleet. I think that time, that kind of service can only cut down the cost and can only cut down the timing. But unfortunately, today we don't have those number of uh, railway lines or the corridors where people can afford transporting in the smaller volumes. Then the service centers in the country, they are located either in the heart of cities or in the outskirts where there is no connectivity of railway lines. So I think in times to come, when we produce 300 million ton, this becomes more important for government of India and also for the industry, steel industry as well as user industry, to have the service centers near to the railway lines, and so that from the railway station to the service center, we can transport even two wagons or one wagon or three wagons and vice versa. The moment this kind of situation comes in the country, we will be in a position to transport goods through the multimodal transport system in a better way. Transporting minerals, raw materials is one way, like we are thinking to transport through conveyors or through the slurry pipeline. But the bigger challenge will be how to reduce dependence on the road transport like trucks or any other model, and how can we increase more and more transportation through the railway wagons. The moment we achieve this, then only we can fulfill our dream of 300 million tons producing and serving to the nation. India is a large country, and we need such kind of facilities in the country. We need to deploy, we need to install more and more freight corridors, more and more railway lines. Whether we carry 75 ton per wagon or 100 ton per wagon, that will definitely help, but it doesn't matter that much. But what matters the most, that more number of railway lines are to be laid, more number of tracks are to be laid in the country, so that we can transport in smaller lots and we can transport on time. It's very difficult for a service center to bring or to order 4,000 tons of rake load for a particular commodity. It's very difficult. So we have to find out that how multi-commodity and how can we club it together, so that from one service center to another service center, from service center to user, we can transport goods in a much better and most economical way. I think in times to come, we have to also think that how can we bring our total transportation cost or logistic cost to in single digit, say less than 10% of the total revenue company generating. If that comes, then industry becomes at par with any of the most suitable and most efficient logistic companies in the world. So thank you very much. Wish you all the best. And let us hope that we'll reach to this level one day. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sharma, for sharing a perspective that combined strategic depth with clarity, and for reminding us how advisory insight plays a critical role in aligning long-term vision with execution on the ground. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move from strategic direction to global execution. When ports, trade, and technology align, supply chain gains momentum. It is our pleasure to invite Mr. Prashant Goyal, Senior Director, Commercial and Marketing, DP World, to share insights from one of the world's most integrated port and logistics ecosystem. Mr. Prashant Goyal.
good morning to the distinguished guest here and the dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. So, since most of the things I see has been covered by Mr. Noble and Vijay Sharma sir, so I would like to keep this crisp to what we are doing and what we expect to do in the future. Moreover, what we think the container can do. So, if we look at the container industries, what we are doing here for metals, we think we are still far behind what can be achieved by using containers. So if we look at the total share of what Indian Railways is today doing and what containers has been able to contribute by now, it's not more than 6% even after everything being done. But I believe if we talk about the modern logistic things, container really has got a potential which can tailor-made solution for multiple metal products. This is I believe it's something which can really add value to the logistics. Today when we see the traditional mode of transportation, it is limited to open wagons, where the product integrity it is difficult to contain, wherein if provided with the better pricing or better turnaround times, if we are able to give confidence to the trade, I think we can make much value, we can add much value using containers. It can, container is well versed to align the multimodal logistics. We can move it without touching the product, we can move it over road, we can move it over rail, or maybe on the ocean. We appreciate the support we have got from the railways, from the DFC, from the other government agencies with the different policies being announced and executed so far. So if we talk about the Gati Shakti terminal has been really helpful. DFC have really added a lot to the turnaround times. But what we see, the last mile connectivity towards the discharge points, or for that matter, especially in case of steel, the pickup points, I believe that really needs some push. If we talk about some realistic example, connecting to the last mile plant in Eastern India is still a very big challenge, what we face once we say take off from the DFC to our existing railway network. There I think we really need a lot of support from Indian Railways. Pricing is something where I believe we are still not marked to the international markets. We are not able to containerize few products just because this doesn't suit to the pricing need of the industries, where we need Indian Railways help, and I think that is under consideration. If this happens, I believe the container rails can really add very good values to the transportation and logistic of the industries, what it needs today. So, see, what I think today, steel, whether it's steel or metals, the journey from point A and B is not being measured through kilometers. Primarily today we are measuring it by minutes or maybe by the penny saved, every penny saved. This is the way we have changed how we are measuring. So looking at that perspective, what is required and how containers can add value to that is, I believe we can really innovate a lot more than what we have done by now. We can come up with more innovative design, subject to we are being provided with some fixed or maybe some committed kind of turnaround times, and if we are able to meet the pricing demand of the country. This is, I think, we are very there's a long way we have to go with respect to modernization of logistics using containers. And given the scale we have, we believe that we'll definitely get those supports from the regulatory authorities as well as from Indian Railways. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goyal, for offering a global trade and port perspective. Ladies and gentlemen, from global gateways, we now return to the backbone of inland freight movement. Efficient rail corridors don't just move cargo, they move economies. And it is our honor to invite Mr. Shobhit Bhatnagar, IRTS Director Operations and Business Development at Dedicated Freight Corridor Corporation of India Limited, and I request him to share his insight.
The dignitaries on the dais, the industry experts, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I would like to thank the organizers today, Metalogic, and for inviting me here for this address, as well as making me a part of this August gathering. Thank you, madam. The pleasure is all mine. But along with that, I would say that yes, I mean it's these kind of conferences which really bring in a kind of a platform for the industry and the government bodies to interact. So this is a very meaningful platform which has been set up by the Metalogic, and I congratulate you, madam, for this thing. Now, apart from that, I would say that yes, Indian Railways is also playing quite a role. I mean, as we look towards becoming in a Viksit Bharat and going towards making India a manufacturing hub, the logistics costs do make a lot of difference. Now, earlier when the DFCCIL was set up, this was set up in 2006. So, it was thought and it was, I mean, under a kind of understanding that the logistics cost in India is about 14%. But last year, about 3 months back, we had a report from DPIIT which said that the logistics cost in India is now about 7.97, plus the highways that have been set up. So, logistics does affect every industry. Now, the two which the DFCCIL has set up, one is the Eastern Corridor, which extends from Ludhiana to Sonnagar, that is about 1337 kilometers long, and the Western one, which is about 1506 kilometers long, that is from Dadri to JNPT port. So, it's just about 102 kilometers from Safale to JNPT, which is still remaining to be commissioned, but is likely to be commissioned within a month, that is by January end. So, then we can look forward to a very good connectivity even to the JNPT port. Of course, at present, the Western DFC is catering to mainly the export-import business, that is the container traffic, and some amount of petroleum oil lubricants, plus the food grains. But the eastern one, I think, is where the steel industry comes in. It's coal and iron and steel, moving on the eastern DFC, going from the eastern side to the distribution centers in the northern India, Punjab, Haryana, Delhi, and to some extent Rajasthan also. So, that's where the western one is has come into picture, and of course, the supply of coal to the thermal power plants. The performance has been such that I mean, every summers we used to hear about the scarcity of coal to the thermal power houses, and some thermal power houses would shut down. Now, all these things are things of the past. So, and apart from that, now we can look forward to 3 more corridors which are planned. The DPRs have been submitted to the ministry, but they are yet to be sanctioned. One which is of importance to the steel industry, I would say, is the East Coast one. That would be extending from Visakhapatnam, going right up to Dankuni near Kolkata, the raw material to the steel plants. The eastern one at present is good enough for the movement of the finished steel, but not really, we are not moving the raw material to the steel plants. But the East Coast DFC, that is the one which is planned, that would be moving the raw materials also. The second one is East-West, which is from Palghar to Dankuni, so that would be mainly for coal movement from the eastern side to the western thermal power plants in Gujarat, Maharashtra. And the third one is planned is from Itarsi to Chennai. So again, that would be more of food grain and general goods. So these three further corridors are planned and they are yet to be sanctioned. But I think with the coming of these further ones, we would be looking forward to a decongested railway network where the trains would be moving freely. So these are the things which are going to come in future, and we definitely hope that we definitely bring about a further reduction in the logistics cost. Once again, I would like to thank Metalogic and Madam. Thank you very much for inviting me here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bhatnagar, for outlining how dedicated freight corridor are strengthening operational efficiency and creating a more predictable, high-capacity rail logistics framework for the nation. Ladies and gentlemen, we are extremely thankful and grateful for the distinguished presence on the dais today. And as a token of our gratitude, we would like to present them with a memento. I would request Ms. Monica Bachchan Deuri, founder and CEO Metalogic PMS, to kindly felicitate our distinguished dignitaries on the dais. We are extremely thankful to Mr. Shobhit Bhatnagar, IRTS Director Operations and Business Development at DFCCIL. Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable time and presence. We are extremely thankful to Mr. Priya Ranjan Prasad, Lloyds Metals and Energy. Thank you for your valuable insight and thank you for your time. We are thankful to Mr. Sushil Novel, EVP Logistics, JSW Steel. Thank you for gracing today's occasion and thank you for your sharing your insight. We are thankful to Mr. Prashant Goyal, Senior Director, Commercial and Marketing, DP World. Thank you for your time and presence, sir. We are also very thankful to Mr. V.R. Sharma, Vice Chairman, Jindal Advisory Services, and I would request Mr. Himanshu Mishra to kindly collect the memento on his behalf. Thank you, Mr. V.R. Sharma, for always being there for us. May I request all our distinguished guests for a group photo, please? Ladies and gentlemen, with this we also conclude the inaugural session. Having set the direction, aligned our intent, and laid the foundation for a day of meaningful insights and forward-looking dialogues. And we would also like to engage our distinguished dignitaries in our quiz competition, starting off. Since we are adding the year-end festivity to our conference today, let's do first round of our quiz with our distinguished dignitaries on the dais. Are you all with us in this today? Can we have a big yes on that? Thank you. So we have a very, very simple question for all our distinguished dignitaries on the dais. And our question is, how many major ports does India currently have? And also, if you can name the ports, how many major ports does India currently have? Okay, about 10 is first guess. Do we have more guesses? But we wanted to do this round with our dignitaries actually.
So no guesses? 12, you said.
We heard a right answer from the
Like what
audience
he
as
said,
well.
JNPT,
Yes.
Krishnapatnam Port, Ennore Port, Goa Port, Mangalore Port, like Mundra, Dhamra, all this kind of 10 number plus is there.
Thank you so much. Let's give him a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And our first winner of the quiz competition, Mr. Sushil Novel, and we have very exciting gift hampers waiting for all of you. We would be having these quizzes throughout the day today. So do participate with all the enthusiasm, and we can already see a lot of enthusiasm building up in the house. Thank you. And thank you so much, Mr. Nawal, for participating in the quiz. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, we conclude our inaugural session. We would now move into our session 1. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen,
Let's pick 5 contestants.
yes. Ladies and gentlemen, as we prepare to move into our first session of the day, may I request 5 volunteers who would like to compete in the second round of the quiz. I know technology is at our fingertip, so we would want a fair competition. May I request any 5 volunteers for the competition? Only 5. This would be our second round of the quiz. Let's give a big round of applause for our first volunteer. Can we have 4 more? Please come forward. We need 3 more. Thank you so much for joining us. Ma'am,
Hi.
thank you for joining us.
I'm
We would
Rahul
need
Agarwal
2
from Tata
more.
Steel.
2 more, please, from the audience. Sir, why don't you join us? You were so right in the first quiz. Yes. Oh, you have your representative? Okay, great.
Hello everyone, my name is Vinayak Mittal and I'm from Om Kiran Group.
I am Priya Anil Thomas from the Association of Multimodal Transport Operators of India.
I'm MS Bhutani, ex-Coal Indian.
Hello, good morning to everyone. I am Tarkeswar and presently in Lloyd Metals, but moved in so many steel plants, JSW, JSPL, SR, and now Lloyd Metals. Thank you.
Now the question, and यहाँ पे cheating नहीं होगा, only these guys will answer.
So yes, so everyone will get the chance to come and volunteer. So let's respect the rule of the game. Let's give no help from the audience. Our second question is, what is the total planned length of the 2 primary dedicated freight corridors, Eastern plus Western in India? I repeat. All right. And so what would be the answer? Can we...
28
2,800
kilometers.
kilometer. Approximately, okay. Any other guesses? Maybe...
I think it would be roughly around
1,800, 2,800 and... 4,800, okay.
No answer?
All right.
मेरा भी answer मत बताना. नहीं. All of you are wrong, please. We will pick the next 5 for this question.
You were very close.
Thank you so much.
You're quite close, but not exactly there. Can we have a next 5?
Who can answer this?
Okay, please come forward. Please come forward.
Come forward.
So the question is, what is the total planned length of the two primary dedicated freight corridor, Eastern plus Western, in India?
Hello, myself Saurabh. I am from Jindal, India, and Eastern corridor is about 1800 kilometers, and Western corridor is about 1500 kilometers.
And that would be a total of?
3300. So.
Actually, yeah, so total is 3260, but very, very close. Very well done. Congratulations. And we have an exciting gift hamper for you. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give him a big round of applause, everyone. And we are looking forward to a house full of participation.
So you see, this period of conference is so important, and I'm very happy to see this gathering and enthusiasm. Now we will begin with our next session, and this quiz will continue till the end of the...
Thank you for participating, ladies and gentlemen. We look forward for the same energy throughout the day. Ladies and gentlemen, now we will move on to our session 1, focusing on a logistic solution that is efficient, sustainable, and increasingly strategic: slurry pipelines. In a world seeking lower emissions and higher efficiency, slurry pipelines offer an alternative that moves bulk materials with predictability, safety, and long-term economic advantage. This session will explore the scope, examine the technical and regulatory challenges, and assess the economic and environmental viability of slurry pipeline transportation. Please join me in welcoming on the dais our eminent speakers of this session. I invite Mr. Deepak Kumar, Associate Director, Grant Thornton Bharat LLP. He is also the moderator for this session. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Deepak Kumar. I also invite Mr. N.D. Rao, President Slurry Amalgam Steel. A very warm welcome to you, Mr. Rao. Mr. Dwarka Upadhyay, Senior Vice President, Lloyds Metals and Freight Limited. A very welcome to you, Mr. Upadhyay. And Mr. Pushpal Banerjee, Regional Manager, GEHO, India Region, WEIR. A very warm welcome to you, Mr. Banerjee. Ladies and gentlemen, we have our 4 distinguished speakers for this session. Let's give them a very big round of applause. And I would now hand over the session to our session moderator, Mr. Deepak Kumar, and also request for his opening remarks.
Good morning, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, team delegates, and distinguished guests. Welcome to the first technical session on the National Conference on Modern Logistics for Metals and Minerals. Before we dive into our technical discussion, I would like to extend a sincere thanks and appreciation to our organizer, Jindal Steel and Metalogic Events, for bringing us together to address the evolving landscape of industrial logistics. Before I delve into my presentation, my name is 11 years of experience. I closely work in the iron ore and steel sector for last 7-8 years, basically working in across all the mines in Odisha, specifically identifying the bottlenecks in the logistics, cost reduction, optimization, and digitalization. Today's session is about the slurry pipeline. So I think no one needs any introduction on the slurry pipeline. I have just make a small thought on, or you say a thought provoking, that what we need to do in order to make slurry pipeline as a main front logistics option for iron ore. I will go through as per the agenda. So I have kept it very simple and concise. We'll look into the iron and steel sector overview, and then look into the slurry pipeline, what is happening across global as well as in India, what are the major, the likely way forward when we are thinking about slurry pipeline. We all know, sir, that India has an ambitious plan of achieving 300 million ton of steel by 2030 and 500 million ton steel capacity by 2047. If we see that what will be the likely iron ore demand, because the slurry pipeline currently mainly focuses on the iron ore transportation. Of course, in the global context, there are many other minerals like copper, phosphorite, limestone, even coal is being transported through slurry pipeline. But in India, the major focus is on iron ore right now. Apart from iron ore, some of the fly ash are also being transported through slurry pipelines. But now come back to the Indian iron ore demand. What we have seen in the recent past that over the period, iron ore grade has drastically reduced. When we say grade, the average grade being consumed at the steel plants are drastically reducing. Earlier, when in 2015-16, when the grades was around more than 62-63% on an average, nowadays it's almost come down to 60%. Now this has a direct impact on the iron ore demand itself. So especially when we are growing at such a fast pace, the steel is growing at such a fast pace, the iron ore requirement will definitely cross more 700 million ton or even 750 million ton if we consider the higher specific or even 750 million ton if we consider the higher specific consumption. If we wanted to consume, or if we need to consume 750 million tons of iron ore, we need to transport those to a steel plant. Okay? Use the requirement of fresh water, which is a need of the hour right now. And if we add that as well, then still the overall cost for slurry pipeline is significantly lower than the railway as well as the road. Now, when we say railway and roadways, these are just the OPEX cost. I have not considered any CAPEX requirement for establishing the rail network or the road network. We are assuming that these are anyway public infrastructure which can be used. But for slurry pipelines, we have considered the entire CAPEX cost as well. So even after that, it is most economical, and we believe that everyone knows about this, but how we are going to make slurry pipeline as a forefront for transportation. Now, beyond economics, if we see, these are just the financial numbers, but beyond economics, what slurry pipeline gives us advantage is that it will have a higher reliability and the mineral tracking, which in iron ore is a major bottleneck right now, especially the grade slippage, theft, lot of issues. There will not be any hidden cost because typically in the rail as well as the road, lot of hidden costs are involved, mainly from managing association, trade unions, truck associations, and in terms of environment, it has a minimal pollution in terms of the air pollution or the noise pollution. These are some of the key long distance pipeline. So there is a discussions that for shorter distance slurry pipeline may not be viable. People are hesitant to set up small distance slurry pipelines, but across the world, if you see, the capacity as much as around 26 million ton of around 522 kilometers long slurry pipelines are established, and it is currently running. It's one of the largest Minas Rio. There are some incidents also, but this is one of the largest slurry pipelines in the world. And if we see some of the smaller slurry pipelines like 2 million ton, 1.5 million ton, distance of around 25 kilometers, 60 kilometers, is also operating across the world. Now coming to India, we have currently 4 slurry pipelines, although the total number is 5, but one is non-operating, so I have not included it here. 3 of them, 2 with AMNS, one with BRPL. It's a long operating slurry pipelines. Recently this year, Lloyds has added 10 million ton of 85 kilometer slurry pipeline from Hedri to Konsari. Now beyond, since this is one of the cheapest way of transporting material of especially iron ore, many large players have already planned to establish slurry pipelines in the eastern region, specifically in the Odisha and Chhattisgarh. Many of them are already under construction or about to be commissioned or under, under various stages of approvals. Now, beyond that, in terms of emission, because greenhouse gas emission or carbon emission is one of the important agenda in today's world. So when we see the slurry pipeline transportation emission, what we have seen that it is significantly lower than the road transport. In terms of railway, it is not much because railway, especially the Indian railways, is almost more than 90% of Indian railways are electrified. So in terms of emission, because both consume electricity, slurry pipeline as well as the railway, the difference between rail and slurry pipeline is not much. But if we consider, because slurry pipeline will be a dedicated evacuation mode, if we consider green power or solar power specifically used for slurry pipeline, this can make iron ore logistics almost zero carbon emission logistics method for certain risk also, especially the water demand. As I was mentioning, if proper planning and desalination plants are not planned or return water pipelines are not planned, it is going to make a significant impact on our water resources. Integrity and safety, of course, we heard about globally that there are many incidents of slurry pipelines, leakage and ruptures, but with the help of, okay, sure. Okay, now moving forward, I'm skipping next. There are certain challenges, especially in establishing the slurry pipelines. There are redundancy in approvals. There are multiple stages of approval required. There are delays in clearances and NOCs. Right of way unavailability is one of the important and most critical part of establishing slurry pipeline. And of course, there are some local resistance, which many of the slurry pipelines players are facing right now. Now, what is the way forward? So this is just a thought for everyone that since a lot of slurry pipelines are coming in India, do we really need a separate statutory body for monitoring such a slurry pipeline? Conceptualization of national master plan for dedicated slurry pipeline corridor, similar to the railways and roadways, we must have. Since multiple slurry pipelines are moving in the same pathways, we need to think about using shared uses and joint development in slurry pipelines to minimize the uses of ROW or ROU requirement. Enable green financing, encourage beneficiation and pelletization, and encourage return water pipeline and desalination plant for slurry transportation. This is just a case for in case if you wanted to implement the shared uses or the combined development of slurry pipelines. This can be a thought process which may come up with the help of industry stakeholder consultations. Another is the joint development. If we combine multiple slurry pipelines into single pipelines, it will reduce the ROW requirement as well as the CapEx requirement. Thank you, everyone. That's all from my side. Now, I would like to invite our esteemed guest, Mr. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Andy Rao. He is a known name in the mineral industry. He is a highly experienced mining and mineral expert, currently serving as a president at Jindal Steel. He has more than 40 years of experience in leadership across major firms in India. He has successfully led large-scale slurry pipeline and pelletization initiative, including record-breaking 4 MTPA pipeline and beneficiation plant and BRPL. Now I would like to invite Andy Rao, sir. Welcome.
Good morning or good afternoon? Good morning, everybody. Nice of you. It's a good presentation, but there is difference of opinions are there. We will discuss it during the presentation or afterwards also. Okay? So this is the one which is the most worrying one for the surface transportation logistics. If you look into that, in 2010, the light goods vehicles, 84 billion kilometers, then what could have been the emissions carbon emissions and 176 billion kilometers, and heavy goods vehicles, of course. When it comes to logistics, it is heavy goods vehicles and 59 billion kilometers. And 2030, we are going to see 124 billion kilometers of heavy vehicles. And the target for all of us in mineral industry, and of course, for metals, all minerals can be transported through slurry pipeline. 2040, it's going to be 222 billion kilometers, and 2050, 328 billion kilometers. Our national steel policy is 500 million tons per annum, and the logistics challenge, either it is by 2036 or 2047. Logistics challenge. Steel manufacturing requires 4 times the materials transportation, or Mr. Priyar Prasad told 4.5 times. And it can be 4. It depends on the type of quality of the raw materials. It can be more also. And surface transportation, 2 billion tons by road and rail. How much emissions it will take only for the steel industry? It can be even more than that also. And aluminum industry, and if you look into the, as per Ministry of Roads and Transport, in the last 10 years, 2014 to 23, on the roads accidents, 15,30,000 people killed on the roads, and I think over 45 lakh people injured also. Every year, around 1,50,000, 60,000 people killed on the roads, and around 5 lakh people are injured. This is as per the MORTH. Every year they are declaring this, public statements are being given. And particularly where the mineral zones are there, like in Odisha, Keonjhar district, and in the where the coal is there, in the Anugul and other districts, the number of accidents are more and a lot of casualties are there. So then what is the best solution to handle these issues? Why not slurry pipelines? The first thing is that all minerals can be transported to slurry pipeline. All minerals. The first slurry pipeline in the world has come up because of transport mafia in USA. For coal transportation, they were increasing the freight like anything. Then they went to one of the universities and asked them to go for research on hydraulic transportation through pipelines. First time it has come in 1956-57 in Arizona in USA for coal transportation. Net zero, if the power is taken from renewable energy, it will be net zero. Those calculations are there. And no surface visuals, and almost nil pollution, and most reliable transportation. During COVID period, the transportation was happening only through slurry pipelines, not on the surface. And safest transportation also, no injuries to anybody, no casualties. And the less space required, I will be explaining you in my next slide, and lowest operating cost also, as he has already explained. And very low energy consumption also. I will show it to you that. And no Bharat Bandhs. No effect of Bharat Bandhs for transportation, and no COVID effects also. No Odisha Bandh also. It doesn't affect. And the life, the designers give 30 years, but if it is well operated and well constructed, it is construction and operation, it can go up to 50 years. Like the Savage River in Australia, it has gone up to over 45 years. It's almost nearing 50 years, the life. And no mineral theft also. Since it is not on the surface transportation, zero theft of the minerals. Earlier and nowadays also, when it goes by trucks, theft happens. And no overground occupation, because most of the slurry pipelines, they go 2 meters below the ground. On and offshore, and shortest trajectory also. It is not necessarily you have to lay the slurry pipelines through ROWs of roads or rail. It can be cross country also. Shortest trajectory also it can happen. And the pipelines will go 2 meters below the ground, and above that you can have your agriculture, farming, and all the things can also happen, because they don't go below 2 meters. So it doesn't affect the pipelines also. And the capacities are also very enormous capacity, like in Morocco, rock phosphate concentrate, 48 million tons in one pipeline, 48 million tons. In India, JSW pipeline, 30 million tons, or around 310 kilometers. Novel is here. I was part of the initial part of the project. And it's continuous flow and all weather proof. Like if you have super cyclone, once in 1998, super cyclone happened in Odisha, and everything was stopped for several weeks. No surface transportation, even road transportation stopped, even rail transportation also stopped, the East Coast. Below ground slurry pipelines, no traffic related hazards, and all those things I have already explained, and most economical and independent. Payback period can be less than 2 years. If the capacity is high, even though it's 300 or 350 kilometers also, it can be less than 300, because by road transportation, particularly in Orissa, from Barbil to Paradeep, sometimes they charge 5 rupees to 6 rupees per ton per kilometer. Railways, 2.8 rupees per ton per kilometer. In slurry pipeline, you take it, 30 million tons, it will be approximately 1.5 rupees per ton per kilometer. If the capex is, say, around 2,500 crores, then the payback period will come 2 years only. And afterwards, the cost of transportation will become 50 paisa, half a rupee. This space requirement for slurry pipelines, inland shipping requires 100 times more than pipeline, and road transport requires 50 times more than pipeline transport, and rail transport requires 12 times. The space requirements are here. This is the most important thing, is rheology, the slurry properties. This is what today's Indian slurry pipelines are not able to achieve the rated throughput. The designers has given, say, like BRPL pipeline, 4 million tons. BRPL never achieved, and then sometimes it fell down to 50%, 2 million tons range only. Because the rheology changes, means the associated minerals, mineralogy of the ore changes, because the design for what sample you have sent, for the design sample, the rheology tests are done based on that. Then the design of the hydraulic calculations are done based on that. And hydraulic calculations design of the slurry pipeline comes based on the rheology report and elevation profile of your route. Route elevation profile. Based on these two things, the design is done, the calculations of the pipe, even the dimensions and the pumps requirement also. Those things are done based on that. So for which all slurry pipelines require chemical engineers. This is the subject of rheology is chemical engineers subject, fluid dynamics. Some already operating plants, they do not have chemical engineers in the slurry pipeline. That's why they are having the problems. And also, upcoming projects also, please take it seriously. If chemical engineers are not there, other engineers cannot understand what is rheology. The whole design of the slurry pipeline is done based on the rheological properties of the iron ore sample what you have given. What sample you have given, but you are feeding the iron ore which has got different mineralogic characteristics, then the flow rates changes. This is the reason why I have taken up. I'm a student now. I'm doing a PhD on this problem of BRPL. Why? I used to get a phone call after my retirement from there. Sir, the flow rate has reduced by 50%. Why? At one point of time, most of the mines were closed by Supreme Court because of some legal issues. The sample what they have sent for test work and the design done based on that, and that were not being fed. And when JSW acquired that Rungta mine, and the throughput gone down by 50%. Because the associated minerals, particularly in Odisha and Jharkhand, we have kaolinite. Kaolinite is nothing but a binder. And the viscosity changes and the flow rates reduce. These are the calculations. And what is rheology? Your engineers have to understand it. And these are the tests have to be done. Sorry, I think my time is over. That's why I'm. In addition to the rheology test and the concepts test study has to be done. And the design criteria is this. HAZOP study has to be done. And these are the design parameters of slurry pipeline. And minimum safe operating velocity has to be assigned to that. And while I'm doing my PhD, I have completed my all test work. I come to know now for the already pipelines which are in operation and under construction, for them, how to achieve rated capacity. So the chairman of one Russian chemicals manufacturing company came and met me. Some reagents supplied. We have done the test work, and that is also improving it. But that adds a little bit of cost of transportation. So the upcoming slurry pipelines have to look into this seriously, because the pumps manufacturers also not considered those things, because they were also not aware of this, and that's why it happened. And alignment sheet preparation is one of the most important things. And these are the, like pumps, positive displacement, piston diaphragm pumps. This is very important since my friend is here. So GEHO is the only one supplier in the world, no competitor to them. Therefore, they did not do innovation required for this. And that's why Indian industry is suffering. All the Indian pipelines are suffering because Indian iron ores are different. Because GEHO, they don't have a competitor. You have to buy anyhow from them only. That's why these are the problems. These hydraulic models are required. And these are the slurry pipeline and these gradients. This is choke station, pressure monitoring stations. This most important thing is external corrosion and coatings and internal corrosion and coatings and leak detection. Slurry pipelines are also designed by design being operated like autopilot mode of aircraft, like aeroplanes, how they are being operated. Slurry pipelines also like that. Mr. Upadhyay is here. He is the best engineer in India for slurry pipelines construction. And now afterwards, some problems, then Asanco has come up with pipeline integrity management system. This is the pump house of earlier SR in Odisha, Dabuna, and now AMNS, simulators, and future roadmap, and more of AI and ML. If anybody wants to, say, sabotage the pipeline, immediately the siren comes to both at the receiving side and also at the pumping station. Both sides it will come. If any power failure or any wall closure or pipeline and pipeline PIDS system will immediately communicate to that. If please look into this is the BRPL, the emission levels. It was for around 218 kilometers. These calculations I have done it in 2012 and presented to Orissa Pollution Control Board. Then they have declared slurry pipelines as green project. How much carbon emissions happening annually if we take it by road and annually by rail also, and how much, and if you take it by pipeline, how much, and comparing to road, and it is 91.4% reduction comparing to rail, 86.7%. There is a difference in your figures and my figures because I have taken this from US EPA and UK Science and Technology, CEA, and Tokyo Institute of Technology as a reference document. Around 15 years ago, work was done. These are the lower compared to surface transport. CO2 emissions reduced by about 90%, and the reduction, lot of power. How much power consumption? Like in the case of BRPL, it used to be 3.5 kilowatt hours per ton. In case of SR, now AMNS, I think it is around 5 units, 5 kilowatt hours. And the water also can be reused and recycled also. In conclusion, pipelines mode of transportation is more economic, environmental friendly, and environmental benefits, and economical also. And there was one issue, Monica ji, I think you know it, that in 2015, we have PMA, on behalf of PMA, Pellet Manufacturers Association, we have given a presentation also to Ministry of Steel and Ministry of Mines for national grid of slurry pipelines, where all the mines are there, and to connect them to the plants similar to oil and gas pipeline. That, but still, which is like power transmission also, national grids are there, and oil and gas are also there. I think it has not yet been. Afterwards, it appears forgotten. Yeah. These are some of these typical references of long-distance slurry pipelines. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, Andy Rao sir, for your elaborative presentation. We have some but I think we'll ask that at the end of the discussion. Now I would like to invite Mr. Dwarka Upadhyay sir. He is a seasoned mining and mineral industry leader, currently serving as a senior vice president, slurry pipeline at Lloyd Metals. Before moving to Lloyd Metals, he was at the various positions at AMNS, where he had out the major slurry pipelines. Now at Lloyd, he was head of the slurry pipelines, three slurry pipelines out of 4 slurry pipelines in India. So welcome to the stage, sir. Please continue, sir.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank Metalogic for inviting me here and allowing me to share my thoughts on this. So as Andy Rao sir has said that almost all mineral can be transported through a slurry pipeline. So stay with that saying. Advantages, if we compare with any railroad, so pipeline can pass through any river, road, railways, and it is underground. So it will not have any disturbance because of any surface activity. Similarly, it can pass through remote locations where it's very difficult for anybody to construct a railway line, a road, or a bridge, but pipeline can easily pass. So there are many advantages if we consider any means of transportation versus slurry pipelines. $10 million ton capacity. So these pipeline in operation, and there are many more which is under construction or any planning stage that will come in later slides. So these are the pipeline which are in operation. Just to highlight few things, you can see the latest pipeline which is commissioned is in this year, that is Lloyd Metals, 87-kilometer pipeline. But prior to this, there is a gap of 11 years. The last pipeline prior to this was commissioned in 2014. And then again, BRPL in 2013, then there is again a gap of around 10 years. 2006, there was a pipeline, which is Kirandul-Vizag was commissioned. So now every industry leader understands the advantages of slurry pipeline, but still it takes a lot of time to build a slurry pipeline. So we will be understanding why it is so, and then what we can do to bridge that gap. But yes, it's a time taking, especially the installation of the pipeline takes a lot of time, right from ROW selection to installation, and then of course there are resistances, mostly because of it takes some of the business of surface transport like truck. So there are resistance, they do not want that pipelines to come up in their areas. That is also one of the factors what we see obstruct the slurry pipeline construction activities especially. These are the upcoming pipeline in various stages. Most of them are under construction. So we are also, LLMEL is planning to have a pipeline up to our Gogus plant, that is around 219 kilometers, for which we are into market for source all pipes and all. Engineering phase is almost over. And JSW, as we all know that it is under construction, it's around 310 kilometers. Rungta is also planning a pipeline, 30 kilometers. Jindal, I think maybe next year they are going to commission their pipeline, a big pipeline, 18 million ton capacity, maybe capacity-wise second in the world. NMDC, of course, that project is in progress, and MNS is again, construction work is under. So regulatory acquisition, see, as I said that, first of all, what is more important that instead of capacity planning or design planning, we should decide mostly on what kind of route we are going to select for our pipeline. So the designing route selection had to happen thinking that where the construction activities are going to be easy, not where we are going to get permissions fast. So nowadays there is a difference. Now every company thinks that we should select a route where we can get permissions very fast. But the problem is that on those routes, we will not be able to lay the pipeline fast. So our consideration has to be where we can lay our pipeline fast rather than getting permission fast. So I think almost all the companies are taking a route of parallel to a road or PWD road or any national highways and then planning our pipeline route. But then the fact is that you will find lot many habitations, petrol pumps, markets, all those area parallel to that route. So instead that if you can plan in a cross-country way, but of course there are challenges in that route as well, because there in India you will find lot of ownership issues if you go cross-country and then you have to acquire that land, which takes a lot of time. So that is one challenge what we have in execution of slurry pipelines. Secondly, it passes through eco-sensitive zone, forest clearances and so many other things. Even if you take a road corridor of any road agency, still you have to apply, though they have already taken the forest clearance, but still you need to reapply that and get some permission, maybe a general approval, but still you need to go to those departments and get your approval for your pipeline. Social, of course, when pipeline passes through various villages, areas, and kilometers, so all kind of disturbances will be there. They have to handle all those challenges which comes across. Again, construction challenges are there. Pipeline passes through various narrow roads, village areas. You have to take your 12-meter long pipe there. So road infrastructure may not support that way, so you may have to make some kind of temporary road for taking out your equipment and machineries along with pipes to construction activities. Clearances, as we all know, yes, it takes time. Design aspect, I think India Rao sir has covered it very. I think in India, the problems what we had in our capacity wise is that definitely start-stop operation is also one factor which affects a lot. Normally, most of the company design their pipeline over capacity and then they do not operate to that capacity. That is also one of the issues in operation. Yeah, and then they planned for a bigger capacity and then initial few years, say 5-6 years, they operated at lower capacity. And then because they were operating at lower capacity, they were doing a lot of water batching, stop operation. That also has a negative effect. Safety, as we all know, that there are few things related to the construction safety, but there are few operational area where we need to, like if pipelines, most of the iron ore slurry pipeline are designed to have 0% of plus 150 micron particle size. You should not, as per design, you are not supposed to be pumping coarser material into the pipeline. But practically when you grind it and then you have to control all these things, and almost all the slurry pipeline, if I leave except Lloyd Metal pipeline, almost all three pipeline are pumping coarser material than what was the slurry pipeline designed for. So that is again a impact. This reduces the life of slurry pipeline, and then going forward you will have a capacity reduction. So whatever capacity you designed, you may lose some capacity out of it because of this. So this is one aspect that if you have designed it for a certain rheology, then we should maintain that while we are operating that pipeline. Economics, I think we all understood that if at all, I mean, we are thinking a pipeline and we compare with rail, road or anything, it's a huge capex requirement, but then it saves a lot of money. So the ROI, as I said, less than 2 years. Of course, as of now, whatever slurry pipeline in operation, they do not have any return water pipeline. But even if you add up a return water pipeline, still it gives a very good economics. As Andy Rao sir has said, it's in our calculation, it's around 330 paise per ton per kilometer in continuous operation. And ROI is approximately 1.5 years, to less than 2 years. And I talk of Lloyd Metal. So we have commissioned a slurry pipeline this year, and then we have almost completed engineering of another 16 million ton pipeline of around 19 kilometer that we are planning to start by March, April next year. And then the same pipeline will extend to the port, will be the longest slurry pipeline in terms of length. That's what we are planning. And in our Surjagad iron ore, as of now, we are putting 10 million ton grinding pumping to our Konsari plant, but going forward, it is going to be around 26 million tons of iron ore concentrate, which will be producing and pumping to us. Thank you. I'm tying.
Thank you, Dwarkaji. Thank you for your elaborative presentation, specifically focusing on the clearances and the regulatory challenges, possess slurry pipeline transportation. Before coming to the questions, I will move next to our next presentation. Yeah, Pushpal. Sorry. Pushpal Banerjee, yeah. Good morning, good afternoon, Pushpal Banerjee, sir. So he is a regional manager of Weir Minerals India Geho and currently based in India. He has been with Weir for almost 20 years and have been involved in the Weir's activities with their positive displacement pump, which is only single company producing positive displacement pump across world. Geho is a well-proven positive displacement pump name industry, which all slurry pipelines uses this Geho pump. Okay. So over to you, Pushpal Banerjee.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Good morning to all of you, and thank you, Monica ji and Metalogic team for providing the opportunity to present ourselves here. I'm going to talk about the Geo positive displacement pumps, which actually form an integral part of any pump station. It's a very important component for the pipeline application. And yes, we are the market leaders in the world, but we are not the only company that manufactures PD pumps, but we're definitely well recognized by the market. So a brief introduction about Weir before we get into our product. We are essentially a mining service provider. Our aim is to provide smart, efficient, and sustainable solutions for mining. And we do that by interacting closely with customers and supporting it by world-class engineering. We put in a considerable amount of research work into material studies. And we finally also integrate automation, intelligent automation, to complete the full circle, so to say. So we are present in almost every aspect of mining. We are there right from extraction to grinding, segregation, and also into the mineral processing part, finally into tailings and tailing facility management. So there's a flow sheet that is presented on the screen. You can also see it in our booth. It's also there. So we have a lot of products that complement each other and actually complete the entire circuit for our customers. Our global footprint is quite extensive. We have about 150 global locations, 9 major, let's say 70. We supply all over the world and is supported by 70 local offices. We manufacture not only the Geo pumps, we also manufacture the high pressure grinding rolls, which are also known as HPGR. Closed down Kolkata office and Mumbai office, and instead focused ourselves to be more closer to the to our customers. By that way, we have our presence in Nagpur as well as Ranchi. We have 200 plus Geo pumps in India. Recently, we commissioned Lloyd's, and with your permission, I have a video to present. It also has music in the background, but it's not audible. So why choose GEO? Well, GEOs, these are positive displacement pump, piston diaphragm type pumps, which have been proven to be most efficient in this kind of application. And the obvious reason why choose GEO is because of its reliability and its proven operation in the field. Positive displacement pumps offer constant flow against increasing pressure, so there is hardly any loss in flow. That's something which is extremely desirable, that allows you to clearly account for your power consumption. The applications are quite extensive for these pumps. GEO pumps can be used for ore transportation, any kind of ore for that matter, as the panelists said here. Then for tailings disposal, process feeds such as autoclave and digestion feed, and they can be used in mineral processing industry as well as petroleum and petrochem industry. We have 40 pumps supplied in Reliance for petcoke gasification feed. And there are pumps operating in India and across the world for autoclave and digestion feed, nickel, alumina, for example. Power industry, there is extensive use of positive displacement pumps in fly ash and bottom ash disposal systems in India, as well as in the rest of the world. Mostly in India, because the rest of the world have actually moved away from ash disposal to a large extent. And underground mine dewatering and mine backfilling applications as well. So the performances have been proven. The highest capacity pump that we've supplied so far is 800 cubic meters. And the discharge pressures could be as high as 320 bars. But of course, they do not occur simultaneously. So if you have high pressure, you have correspondingly lower flow. And if you have high flow, you have corresponding low pressure. So to give you an example, an 800 cubic meters pump could probably handle about 100 bars. Similarly, a 320 cubic meters, 320 bars pump could handle about 150 cubic meters flow. Solids concentration could be as high as 85%, depending on the type of slurry that you're using. Viscosity up to 8,000 millipascal, and slurry temperature for 240 degrees. So these are high temperature applications, and for these applications, you need a special design of the pump, which is also in our manufacturing program. So we have about 1,086 pumps in operation across the world as I speak. We have decades of experience of supplying this pump and monitoring the performance. And as Rao Saab said, yes, in the initial years, everything was new. It was new to the designers. It was new to the suppliers. We also didn't know enough. So we've tried to integrate our experience into our latest offerings. So nowadays, we've certainly looked into and we work with the design agencies to set the pumping parameters such that these fluctuations which occur over the lifetime of the project can be handled. We no longer work on, let's say, nominal minimum and maximum flow concept. We work on one maximum flow concept, and we also look at significant margins on pressure capabilities of the pumps. We also nowadays make sure that the pumps do not interfere with each other when several of them are pumping in the same pipeline. So these kind of innovations and this kind of research goes into our system in a continuous manner. So we happen to be the market leader for the PD pumps in mining. And again, through experience, we've learned about wear. I recall in New Zealand Steel way back in 1970s or 60s, we had very encouraging results with wear, and then we supplied to M&S, and we were in for a rude shock. So we worked with our customers, and our customers then were very generous to allow us to work alongside them. And we've taken all our experience into our design. We've taken it back to our factories. We made calculations, and we looked into material selection, so on and so forth. And every innovation is passed on to the next pumps that are rolled out of the factory. Another important aspect that we have taken into consideration in our recent offerings, especially for ore transportation, where multiple pumps pump into a single pipeline, is pressure pulsations and transient flows. The pressure pulsations are initiated by the pumps discharging into the same pipeline, but they're reflected into the pipeline operations. I have again a short video later which shows how the needle goes all over the place when it's not controlled. So we've learned about that, and that's an important thing that we also offer in all our proposals nowadays. So these are about the innovations that are constantly happening, and I can confess on behalf of the company, there were things that we didn't know earlier, we have learned, and it's important that we implement those learnings into what we offer to the market. So these positive displacement pumps inherently are quite efficient, and we know that our pumps can deliver about 90. The availability is almost 98%. We have special pumps for high temperature applications also. So here's our experience. Talking about experience, here's our experience. So we have pumps in 24 iron ore pipeline projects worldwide, 131 of them in total. 100% of iron ore pipelines use geopumps. For long distance pumping, for long distance pipeline, mean time between failures matter. The time that you need to repair and put these critical equipment back into operation do matter, and therefore an availability of 98% is quite a logical expectation. So we make sure that our pumps are able to be delivered as per these expectations and are reliable enough so that no surprises come up during operations. We try our best. So this is a chart that kind of gives you an indication as to what you can expect, what kind of availability you can expect with how many pumps working and how many in standby. This can be shared, and you will see it in the shared presentation, and also we can discuss offline if you're interested. So the size does matter. Higher the flow and the pressure, the demands, the bigger are the pumps. You have to use them optimally as well. I'm going to rush through a little bit. What matters here is the resonance effects and the vibrations. That's something that I touched upon. And we've devised a way to mitigate such risks by what we call as a phase shift controller. So we manage the pulsations of the equipment pumping into the pipeline such that you have a smooth flow through the pipeline through and through. So this is the short video that I was talking about. So you can see the needle there going all over the place. So it looks like a minor deflection, but once it stabilizes, the next instant it goes up again. So that means the pumps are coming to phase and then again getting out of phase. So this is not something you want. You want a stable needle, let's say, on the gauges. And that looks pretty simple on the screen here, but it's a very important consideration in the pipeline, as the pipeline operators would appreciate. So each slurry is different. And this is a very important thing to note. Each slurry is different. That is why that is why we have design agencies working very hard to characterize slurries and set operating parameters for us. And we are constantly taking that feedback and implementing them into our equipment. And to complement all, we have now implemented diagnostics with our equipment. Every equipment comes with diagnostic features. So it is as simple as that. You get an alert on your mobile phone if you subscribe to these. So all in all, in order to make life simpler for you and to be with time, we have been implementing these changes and innovations. So that's about all that I have. Thank you very much for your attention, and we are here in our booth, and we can explain to you more in detail. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pushpalji, for insightful presentation on the Weir's recent technological advancement. I believe this will make slurry pipelines more reliable in going forward. Thank you.
Mr. Pushpal, why GEHO pumps are not able to achieve the rated capacity of Indian iron ore pumping?
Yeah.
None of the pipelines have achieved rated capacity till today.
Yeah.
Whether it is Vizag or the AMNS, Paradeep, BRPL, these three pipelines not at achieved rated throughput.
Yeah, well, it depends.
Why your pumps
Actually,
are not able to achieve this?
Yeah, well,
Indian
it
iron ore.
depends actually what you call as rated capacity. So if there's a flow and a pressure, our pumps will be designed for that. But then, as you said, with the iron ore quality going down, you might not be able to achieve the same quantity of throughput in terms of absolute tonnage that you are pumping within the limits of the pump pressure. To explain it a little bit, suppose you have a pump for 100 cubes and 100 bars, and you've designed it for 63% concentration.
See, the most important thing here is that, you see, this is upstream investment. The downstream investment is a 8 million ton, 15 million ton steel plant.
Correct.
If that steel plant is not able to get the required iron ore through the pumps, then what will happen to the capacity of the steel plant? Then the cost of steel making will improve significantly. No profits.
Absolutely.
So it has a very crucial role, the pumps.
Absolutely, and that is the reason why we are working with these pipeline design agencies, so that we build in considerable margins in our flow and pressure handling capabilities, so that the process doesn't suffer. Because we realize that these steel manufacturers are in the business of making steel and selling steel, and not in the business of pumping, right? So that's what matters to you. Yeah.
Yeah, because the BRPL case study I'm giving you, since your pumps could not achieve it, the next MD after me, the Honorable Minister now, the Ashwini Vaishnav sir, he has installed another grinding plant in the pellet plant by investing more than 100 crores.
Yeah.
Because these pumps are not able to meet the pellet plant requirement.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your very patient and engaging listening. We also thank all our eminent speakers for their insightful addresses in this session. And as a token of our gratitude, we would like to present them with a memento. May I request once again Ms. Monica Bachchan to kindly felicitate our eminent speakers. To felicitate our moderator of the session, Mr. Deepak Kumar, Associate Director, Grant Thornton Bharat LLP. Thank you for your insightful address and also for moderating this session. We are very thankful to Mr. N.D. Rao, President Slurry Amalgam Steel. Thank you, sir, for sharing your experience and expertise with us. We are always a student. Life is a big teacher. We are also very thankful to Mr. Dwarika Upadhyay, Senior Vice President, Lloyds Metals and Energy Limited. Thank you, Mr. Upadhyay, for sharing your experience and expertise with us. We are also very thankful to Mr. Pushpal Banerjee, Regional Manager, GEHO, India Region, WEIR. Thank you, Mr. Banerjee. We also request all of you to kindly come forward for a group photo. Thank you, everybody, once again. We'll get good opportunity, sir, during the lunch session as well. Ladies and gentlemen, beyond conversation and conferences, true impact is created when knowledge is captured, structured, and shared. It gives us great pleasure to share with all of you that Metalogic PMS, in collaboration with Fretron, is releasing a very significant book today. And for the release of this book, I invite on the dais Mr. Sushil Nowal, EVP Logistics, JSW Steel, Mr. Priya Ranjan Prasad, Lloyds Metals and Energy, Mr. N.D. Rao, President Slurry Amalgam Steel, Mr. Sanjay Sahani from Tata Tubes, Ms. Monica Bachchan is already there with us, and of course, the author of the book itself, Mr. Puneet Agrawal, CEO and co-founder of Fretron. And we also invite the entire team of Fretron to kindly come forward for the release of this book. Ladies and gentlemen, the title of this very significant book is Move as One, a winning model for logistics transformation. The release of this book also reflects a shared commitment of thought leadership, execution excellence, and industry-wide learning. Let's put our hands together . Ladies and gentlemen, let's put a huge round of applause for the release of Move as One, a winning model for logistic transformation. Let's congratulate Metalogic and Fretron together on this meaningful contribution to the logistics ecosystem. This is Move as One, a winning model for logistics transformation by Mr. Puneet Agrawal, CEO and co-founder of Fretron, in collaboration with Metalogic PMS.
Thank you, Monica ji. Thank you, Metalogic team, for a platform that we could launch this report. So I've been part of the logistics industry for almost 22 years now. Rather born and brought up in logistics family, CJ Russell. So logistics runs in my blood. Working with the large corporates across Tata Steel, Jindal. So I have had so much of observations in terms of where we are losing in efficiencies. So these are few thoughts that I've been wanting. I strongly feel for how can we drive logistics efficiency and using technology. Technology is my passion. So I've put up my thoughts into this book and got support of my team to build it. We have tried to include some case studies wherever we had permission of the names to disclose. So I think that this is my contribution to the industry to fast track the digital transformation, and really appreciate the platform. Thank you so much, and would appreciate your feedback.
Heartiest congratulations once again. Ladies and gentlemen, you all can take a copy along with you of this very meaningful book. Thank you, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, there's a very famous saying in English, all work and no play makes Jack a very dull boy. And we do not want our men and women of steel to become dull any moment of the day, especially today. So it's time again for a little fun engagement. Are you all ready for a second round of quiz? No enthusiasm? I want to hear a louder yes. Are you all ready for the second round of quiz? Okay, may I please request 5 volunteers again to kindly come forward. I think this time we should see more active participation. We had a fun round in the first round of quiz. So are you all ready to check your knowledge on very, very basic general questions on the theme? Sorry, sir? No quiz should be? Oh, it should be on slurry pipeline. We do have. We do have. We've got all the, this quiz is curated by, of course, Monica Bachchan's team. So we have relevant questions on all possible topics. Can we have fresh batch of 5 volunteers, please? Sir has already joined us. We also request the women of steel to kindly come forward. So we need one more enthusiastic volunteer. Let's give a big round of applause for all the volunteers and all the competitors for second round of quiz. We'll have a short introduction from them.
Please say your name and the companies you are representing.
Good afternoon, everybody. I am Saurajit, Assistant Vice President, National Highway Logistics Management Limited. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Alvito D'Souza. I'm the Director of Marine Infrastructure Logistics, which is a logistic subsidiary of Fomento Resources, Goa. Thank you.
Good morning. Myself Pankaj Agrawal, and I'm from Logistics, JSW Steel.
Good morning. I am VK Bajaj from All India Association of Coal Executives.
Good morning. My name is Deepak Bhatnagar. I am the Secretary General of Pellet Manufacturers Association of India. And Mr. N.D. Rao was our first president, so he taught us many things here. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll have the quiz question. And hand raise करिएगा please. And audience please silent. आप लोग click मत करिएगा answers.
All right, the question is, what is the world's largest slurry pipeline and which mineral does it transport? For all the slurry experts here, what is the world's largest slurry pipeline and which mineral does it transport?
It transports iron ore concentrate in Brazil, 528 kilometers.
Wow. Could you also give the name?
Some M. Start from M, miss.
Congratulations. The name is Samarco Slurry Pipeline in Brazil, as you rightly said, and yes, it does transport iron ore slurry. Can we give a bigger round of applause for our winner?
Christmas.
Thank you so much. Yes, and now we would all ask for the second round of fresh volunteers for our next batch of question.
Thank you so much.
This again volunteers, 5 competitors.
Fresh batch of 5 volunteers. Please raise your hand or come.
I think let's do this thing. From every table, we will, one person can come so that, we will start doing that.
Yes, yes.
So shall we have participation from this table?
संजय सर आ जाइए. एक क्विज तो बनता है. आ जाइए please.
And from this table as well, one volunteer.
One volunteer?
Yes. We have exciting, festive gift hampers. Can we have one volunteer from that round table, please?
एक volunteer, एक quiz के लिए sir. You are well learned, people. आ जाइए sir, आ जाइए. You join us for the quiz.
Yes. Let's encouraging them with a big round of applause, ladies. And can we have one volunteer from the last table?
From this side now.
The last street. The last, yes. Can we have from side?
Just like randomly. Come here, join us. Come. Come.
Let's give a big round of applause for Kamya. And can we have one more volunteer, please?
One more volunteer. Either you raise hand or I'll take you on the stage.
Yes, please.
Yes.
Let's give a big round of applause for participating. Have more rounds so you can prepare yourself for our next round of quizzes.
We can choose anyone. Otherwise.
Again, from the field of slurry, we'll have a short introduction.
Please introduce yourself.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. This is Kamya, Manager Sustainability and Green, heading Projects North at ARS Green Steels. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. I am Sanjay Sani. I am the Executive in Charge, Tubes Division, based at Jamshedpur.
Hello, good afternoon. Myself, Deepak Jain from JSW Steel. We are working at Rajpura as Logistic Head.
Good afternoon. I'm Rajesh Vijayavargiya. I am from IIM Delhi chapter.
Good afternoon. I'm Uwe Arce from Filuva Pumps in Germany.
All right, are you all ready for your question? All right, the question is, what is India's largest slurry pipeline and what does it transport? Which is India's largest slurry pipeline and what does it transport?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
I don't know, but which
BRPL. I don't know.
Say the name again.
BRPL.
No. No.
SR pipeline.
SR pipeline.
SR. Can you, sir, can you give the name?
SR pipeline.
Iron ore.
So it is SR Steels.
Yes.
Shall I say the entire thing? Yes. Okay, SR Steels.
Congratulations.
Dabuna Hazira slurry pipeline, and it does transport iron ore. Just for the curiosity's sake, anybody knows the length of this pipeline? Or 253 close, but not exact. 267, yes. I wish you were here participating. We could have given you a gift hamper. So in the next round, may I expect you on the stage, please? Yes. Thank you so much. Let's give all our participants a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for your energy. Are you all set for the next session? Shall I give them a hint for our next two questions so that they can study? Just the subject. No? Okay. I'll give you a hint privately during lunch. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's start our second session. Well, it is on factory logistics, warehouse optimization, and material handling. Efficient factories are built not just on production capacity, but on the intelligence of their internal logistics. This session focuses on optimizing movement, minimizing waste, and maximizing throughput across factories and warehouses. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in inviting on the dais our eminent speakers for this session. Mr. Amit Mittal, Director, Om Kiran Logistics Park and Founder Director, AWD. Welcome on the dais and thank you for joining us. Mr. Mukesh Kumar, Chairman, and Mr. Samarjeet Sharma, Chief Executive Officer, Hind Industech Private Limited. Thank you for joining us. Mr. Avinash Soni, AVP Sales, Fretron. Thank you, Mr. Soni, and of course, our session moderator, Ms. Monica Bachchan-Duveri. Ladies and gentlemen, can we put a big round of applause for this, for all the speakers of this session? So it is, of course, presentations and a panel discussion, and I hand it over to Ms. Monica for the proceedings of this session. And we'll have another third round of quiz after this.
Good afternoon. Requesting everybody to please settle down at the back, people at the back. And before I give an introductory note, I would request all the panelists to talk a little bit about themselves and what kind of businesses they are into to set the note.
Namaskar and good afternoon. My name is Amit Mittal and I am representing Association of Warehouse Developer and Om Kiran Logistics Park. We are based in Uttar Pradesh and primarily Western Uttar Pradesh. And I come from a place called Ghaziabad, which I believe is the largest steel market in Uttar Pradesh. Western UP, I am sure, but it could be Uttar Pradesh and Delhi NCR region also. So, yeah.
Thank you. My name is Mukesh Kumar, and I am from Jindal Steel. I am chairman of this company. We actually provide the solutions into IT and automation for. We provide solutions into IT and automation domain for metal mining, port and powers, and in this domain the focus is manufacturing execution system, which tracks, it's like all the production, planning, and quality-related activities, as well as into the tracking activities. So the inventory tracking is our forte, and right from, it's like material comes inside in the form of bulk, and going out as a finished good. We track almost everything on a real-time basis, and that is contactless. So here we are utilizing the digital power to transform the metal and mining industry in the next generation level. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon everyone. My name is Samadhi Sharma. I am CEO of Jindal Steel Private Limited. As Mr. Mukesh has already described about the work that we are doing as Jindal Steel. So we are providing solutions to the metals and mining companies, the digitalization as well as the automation solutions, which help them to track, trace, and optimize their processes and logistics, as well as their warehouses. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Avinash Soni. I am heading the business here at Fretron. We are based out of Gurgaon location. And about my company, we are helping factory logistics primarily to completely become an automated platform. We are solving a lot of problem statement, which I would like to cover during my presentation, but I'm looking forward to have a one-on-one discussion with all of you as well. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. So when we talk about manufacturing today, a lot of attention goes to capacity, technology, and output. But very often the real efficiencies or inefficiencies lie in how material move within the factory, how goods are stored, and how seamlessly they flow from production to dispatch. Factory logistic, warehousing, and material handling quietly determine cost, speed, safety, and service levels. We are also at an interesting point where many companies are rethinking the basics. Layouts are changing, warehouses are becoming smarter, material handling is getting more automated, and digital tools are bringing much needed visibility. The challenge is not just adopting individual solution, but making sure everything works together from the shop floor to the warehouse to the transport network. That's exactly what we explore in this session. We have a great panel with us today, bringing hands-on experience across warehouse development, material handling, and logistic technologies. The idea is to keep this practice practical and grounded, what's working, what is not, and what manufacturers can realistically do to improve their operations. I would like to start with Mr. Amit Mittal. Amit ji, if I ask you from a warehouse developer's perspective, how are design priorities changing to support modern factory logistics and material handling requirements?
Thank you, Monica ji. It's an interesting question and a bit of a difficult question for me, because when we agreed, कि वेयर हाउसिंग पे बात करते हैं मेटल इंडस्ट्री और स्पेशली स्टील एंड माइनिंग को देखते हुए. सो आई लुक्ड अराउंड लाइक गाजियाबाद लास्ट 25-30 ईयर्स व्हाट आई हैव सीन कि इंटायर स्टील में वेयर हाउसिंग के नाम पे ओपन यार्ड्स होते हैं, कुछ कवर्ड शेड्स होते हैं. But now the priorities are changing. So, and basically when we started working on warehouse development, I'm in this industry for the last 20 years and we have got almost 20 members. Cumulatively, we have got about 11 million square feet of warehousing in Uttar Pradesh with us. Leaving besides the big ones like Indospace and all those people. तो अब इसमें क्या है कि देखिए वेयर हाउसिंग के अंदर बेसिकली दे वर डिजाइन फॉर आइदर ई कॉमर्स नाउअडेज एफएमसीजी और एफएमसीडी. वी नेवर डिजाइंड अ वेयर हाउस विद द पर्सपेक्टिव ऑफ स्टोरेज ऑफ स्टील. बिफोर कमिंग हियर आई टॉक टू वन ऑफ माय फ्रेंड हु इज अ डेवलपर एंड आल्सो इनटू स्टील इंडस्ट्री. सो आई सेड आज ने वैभव ये बताओ कि तुम्हें अगर वेयर हाउस के अंदर स्टील रखना हो तो क्या करेंगे. तो बोले अमित भाई ऐसा तो कुछ नहीं होता वेयर हाउस में, हमको स्टील तो ओपन में ही रहता है और टीएमटी के लिए क्या वेयर हाउस की ज़रूरत पड़ेगी. फ्लैट प्रोडक्ट है, लॉन्ग प्रोडक्ट है, कॉइल्स हैं, पॉइंटेड लोड है, ये तो ई कॉमर्स के लिए बने हैं वेयर हाउस. सो आई डिड अ लिटिल बिट ऑफ सोल सर्चिंग एंड टुडे इज़ अ वेरी गुड प्लेटफॉर्म टू शेयर विद यू that when we are designing a warehouse as warehouse developer, what is the important requirement of steel industry and automation. See, automation can only flourish when warehouse is in order. So most important for automation to happen for AGV, high capacity for forklifts, the most important part is the floor. We should have FM2 floor which is abrasion resistant so that AGVs can move. अब अगर फ्लोर में थोड़ा सा भी एडनलेशन होगा तो जो बैटरी की कैपेसिटी है AGV की that will come down drastically and the sensors will not work. So the most important is to have a good floor. Secondly, the consumer warehouses are designed with uniform distributed load. Whereas steel के अंदर होता है pointed load. अगर अपने को cantilever stacking करनी है long product की या अपने को coil करनी है तो we need a flooring which is with a pointed load. Otherwise normal flooring पे अगर हम steel का काम करेंगे तो that will crack. Then we need EOT cranes which are not built into warehouse at all. So in case we are designing a warehouse for the purpose of steel storage, it is important that it should have a capacity to support the EOT cranes. And warehouse height केवल उसी से नहीं है कि मेरा आज warehouse 9 मीटर का है sufficient है. But when it is a crane, I have to see the hook height. Then I also have to see that warehouses are green. Now with CBAM mechanism kicking in, I think steel के अंदर काफ़ी requirement है कि there has to be green, natural light. Then we should have integrated roof for solar. Then again, when we are looking at all these, like I talked about flooring, then the dock would be entirely different. The current dock that we have of 3 meter by 3 meter is good for FMCG, good for FMCD, good for e-commerce, but that is not good for a long product. So probably I need a warehouse where the trailers can get into it, so that the material can be directly unloaded inside the warehouse. And that would happen. That is not now, but that would happen because as I heard today that gradually from 200 metric ton we are moving to 300 metric ton, 10 to 450 metric ton in a very short span of time. Then of course the share of value added products will move. Currently it is more a commoditized product, then we will have value product, then we need a warehouse where the products have to be protected. So probably, I mean, I answered your designing aspect. I would also urge the industry to come out with their warehousing standards because let me tell you honestly, I also talked with one of my friends. He was actually moving pipe from Delhi or one of their plant in Western UP to Kargil. And what happened, for some reason the road were closed. I mean, they could not achieve the time when the roads would be closed. And he said, Amit, I had 1,000 odd tons of pipes sitting on wheels and I had no storage. I have to actually bring them from Srinagar back to Jammu and Punjab to store for storage of that pipe. So probably the industry does not have the warehousing which is required for steel. There are a lot of warehouses, so probably if some kind of standards could come up in this gathering or industry can working, probably some of the developers could start working on building a warehouse which is suitable only for the steel. That's it.
Thank you so much, Amit ji, for explaining this in depth. Now I would like Mr. Mukesh and Samarji to make a presentation. I think you have a presentation? Yeah.
respected dignitaries on the dais, esteemed speakers, industry leaders, valued customers, partners, and colleagues. It is a privilege to be here with you today. I'd like to thank the organizers for providing this platform that brings together stakeholders from across the industry to share perspective, expertise, and future directions, and as you have seen in our last presentations. The heavy manufacturing and logistics industry is at a decisive phase. While we have made significant investment in automation and digitalization, many organizations still face a common challenges, converting data into timely, reliable, and actionable actions on the ground. That's the fact for today. Today, the question is no longer where we collect data. The real question is how effectively are we using it to improve safety, productivity, and operational efficiency. At Hind Industech, our journey has always been guided by a single belief: technology must deliver clear business outcomes. Digital systems should not only provide visibility, but also enable smarter operations, faster decision making, and sustainable performance improvements. With that, I just wanted to begin my presentation saying that track, trace, and transformations. A lot of speakers have said that, it's like mines will come through slurry, or it will come through the rake inside the plant. Then further it will be processed within the plant, and it's like in various formats. Lumps comes inside, converted into the liquid, and then further go to the solid and intermediate products, slab, bloom, billets, and further these things. Logistics is just like finally we are dispatching the material, but the idea here is what we are dispatching. Are we dispatching on time? If we are dispatching on time, do we have the products related? It's like coming from the, it's like backward, units are coming on time. These things are major challenge. Blast furnace demands something, and it is being delivered something. Are we having the optimized, it's like consumption pattern for the coke oven, for the sinter plants, for this? So how are we transporting our various products, with respect to the, the bulk material, with respect to the liquid material, with respect to the solid materials, intermediate products? How are we doing this? How are we identifying it? That is what here we wanted to present today. Track is the first activity which we wanted to mention, is that real-time monitoring of materials, assets, and process across the production and logistics value chain. As the process starts, right from mining, once the material gets loaded onto the rake, then, or it is coming through the port, going inside the plant. Further, it's like going to the various units, it's like iron ore, coal, and various units comes in. The demand gets generated by the coke oven, by the blast furnace, by the sinter plant and all. So there is a consumption pattern. AI looks after everything. It generates the demand. Having oven identification interlocking system, it's like that is for coke oven, it actually works on, it's like how the coke are made and placed within the yard. And so that, it's like whenever is required, we can immediately transport it. We can immediately transfer it to the blast furnace. When we say it will be transported to the blast furnace has got already visibility that what are the raw materials having inside the yard, and accordingly what consumption pattern, how to make the burden mix in such a way that we should get the best quality out of it within the stipulated time and the quality manner. Post, it's like a reduction of solid into the liquid, it's like a torpedo comes into a picture and transports the material between blast furnace to SMS, and within the SMS, again further tracking of a ladle, maintaining of ladle, scanning of ladle, it's like filling height of the ladle. There are various, it's like activities which we are doing within the steel mill shop, and that we just track on a real-time basis, on an absolute real-time basis. Once material is produced, then it is stacked. It is intermediate product like slab, bloom, billets, rolled, and going to the yard, and available with us. In this entire journey, we just track everything, it's like on a item by item, kilo by kilo, not by tons by tons. We track on a kilo by kilo. So the accuracy level is very, very high. That is the tracking. So the objective here is ensure continuous visibility of inventory along with the yard movements, and using MES, that is manufacturing execution system, sensors, IoT devices, and automated material handling systems. That is the objective. And benefits what we are getting is the real-time visibility of material, their status, and its movement path at any point in time, any moment. The second part, what we do is the trace. Focuses on reconstructing the complete history diverted. Then we have to fulfill the order. Now we have to think of, diverted. Then we have to fulfill the order. Now we have to think of, a different perspective. Today what we are thinking is, we have 2 rakes, within the plant, and so we have to load the material. Why are we not thinking that, these are the materials we have to load, and for that, these many rakes, we should have it. Why rakes are coming and innovative. And here is the IT, here is the digitization. Now, the moment material gets diverted from the production line, immediately the information should go to the PPC to plan and complete it. You might be having the vessels waiting at the port, and that has to be loaded with the material. At the end of the day, what we do is we compromise with like some materials which has to be dropped at in midway or something like that. Those things are happening. So finally, coming to the transformation, that is optimization, automate decisions and drive continuous improvement to the plant, predicted to be neutralized or maybe to the zero down it, minimum delays and analyze or maybe to the zero down it, minimum delays and smarter data driven operations. So these are the 3 factors we address through our products. So what are the products we are having? There are 2 products we are having at the top, you can see. Production planning and control system and inventory management system. When we say production planning, it is converted into 3 iron zone, where right from blast furnace until raw material, it covers everything. That is like one solution we are having. Steel zone, where all the liquid state materials are being taken care, that is steel zone. And the hot and cold rolling zone, where all the rolling products we just track on absolute real-time basis according to the order, inquiry, and do all these activities. Now, when we say inventory management, all sort of inventory, we just track on an absolute real-time basis, using the radar systems. So the entire warehouse is automated and can be tracked on a real-time basis. We do not mount inventory using the radar. The concept remains same, for the liquid steel, ladle tracking, scanning, ladle freeboard measurement, and ladle thermal estimation. Ladle freeboard measurement and ladle thermal estimation model are the part of liquid steel. Similarly, the torpedo, it's like tracking, scanning, monitoring, and positioning. It's like all the machines are tracked, and all the manless operations can be done here into the coke oven. So what productivity we are getting? Idle freight of 2 tons. Likewise, in a year, what is the idle freight? What if we reduce it by 50% straight? That straight goes to your pockets. The demand gets generated wagon by wagon, how much material we have received from any rate. So finally, what we wanted to say is material movement visibility is real time, logistics never.
से डन करता हूँ, ठीक है? No need. I don't think so. Advantage of being. Will they start? Yeah. It's on time, right?
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here in front of challenges we have seen in the factory logistics space and what solution we can opt. So I'll start by saying that lot of Indian steel organization we have seen, the entire factory are world class, but the logistics still often lagged behind right now. The entire factory are world class, but the logistics still technology, the gain getting increased on those lines. The safety net, it's not been captured there as well. Siloed being used, so that's the impact we have seen, that's the challenge we have seen, and siloed being used. So that's the impact we have seen, that's the challenge we have seen, and that is where what I can refer here is your factory don't need more equipment. They need a synchronized system which can help you get predictable throughput, safety by design, and the customer reliability. How you can achieve it? By automating your plant, digitize your transport, and unify your entire operation. So again, your production is already world class, no doubt about that, but your logistic can also be. With that, I would want to give you a glimpse of the transformation from an AI side which we have seen. So we have already taken a step building the AI agents, helping the on-ground challenges of the logistics expression, and that's where I would want to give you not 10 different agents, but one today. Additionally, if you can just give me a sec, what I'm going to launch here is the first of a multiple AI agent which will eliminate the manual effort and automating the entire end-to-end logistics. Just to set the context, we have actually seen a lot of use cases, simple use cases, where a control tower team is dialing the number to a driver, trying to capture where they are actually at right now. That's a simple use case. Similar kind of use case can be easily handled in the platform. Today, what we picked is one of the complex scenario. Okay, the complex scenario is pretty simple again. It happens in a real-time basis. Within a plant, your control tower team is calling one of the driver, trying to tap where the truck is right now, and they realize the driver is not, and how the AI is creating impact and acting on behalf of control tower is what I'm going to show you in a quick video. And by the way, this video has been recorded by our CTO and co-founder, Mr. Sunil Dhakar.
हेलो। हाँ जी, मैं जिंदल से बोल रहा हूँ। गाड़ी 7394 टाटा मेटल वर्क्स का माल लेके जा रही थी। अभी कहाँ तक पहुँचे हो और डिलीवरी के लिए कब तक पहुँचोगे?
जी मेरे घर पे the reason he is not in the vehicle, he has given the vehicle to someone else. Now everything with respect to the script, what has happened is getting tracked, all the information is captured. Now,
Hello.
Munna is. Munna is getting the another call because that's another person number has been given. So new number has received the call now. It's time that you should focus on moving your traditional logistics to an advanced version, and your logistic can be world class. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much.
This was superb, Avinash. Really superb. And काफी लोगों को पता नहीं चला, but ये AI था जो बात कर रहा था. Am I right? Imagine, as in where the technology is heading. So moving on, I'll take the few questions and then we will wind up the session because we're getting late now. So Amit ji, I want to ask you, what role do Grade A and build-to-suit warehouses play in improving operational efficiency and safety for manufacturers. Operational efficiency and safety for manufacturers.
Interesting one. In fact, from steel, let's jump on to manufacturing and logistics park together. So what we see the trend is कि ऐसा डालते हैं वो हो जाता है. But going forward, when you see AGVs coming, you need sensors at every stage. You need कि भाई रैक में क्या पोजीशन है, क्या माल पड़ा है, आदमी को ना भेजना पड़े, मुझको पता चल जाए मेरे WMS पे क्या आ रहा है. So I need to have a warehouse which is fibery connected, fiber optic of the high capacity. This is two things which I can talk about digitally and power, how grade A warehousing can help. And
arrive, they need to dispatch the material, and the right material needs to be dispatched to the right customer. So while planning this, they have to ensure that they should have a system in place which keep track of the material from faster and can be shipped at the earliest to the customer.
Thank you. Avinash ji, what role do data, AI, real-time tracking play? Optimizing warehouse operations and outbound logistics. I think outbound logistics तो आपने हमें दिखा दिया. About the warehouse on digitization and AI.
So I would not break it down to any warehouse or inventory or outbound.
Memento. I would request Monica to felicitate our speakers with memento. We are thankful to Mr. Amit Mittal, Director, Om Kiran Logistics Park, and Founder Director, AWD. Thank you, Mr. Mittal. We're also very thankful to Mr. Mukesh Kumar, Chairman, and Mr. Samarjit Sharma, Chief Executive Officer, Hind Industries Private Limited. Thank you, Mr. Kumar, and thank you, Mr. Sharma. And also our gratitude to Mr. Avinash Soni, AVP Sales, Fretron.
Let's have a group photo.
Thank you once again, everyone, for this session, and thank you, our panel. Ladies and gentlemen, are you all excited for our third round of quiz? Okay. Let's do a very quick round of quiz. Can we have 5 volunteers, 5 new volunteers for this session? Ladies and gentlemen, this is just quizzing, not exams. So, you know, everything except Googling is allowed. Confidence, overconfidence, guessing, everything. So can I please have 5 volunteers? Wow, let's give her a very big round of applause. Thank you. Can we have 4 more? Let's handpick actually. Can we have someone from the last few rows? Dr. Firoz. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Firoz. Let's give a big round of applause to Dr. Firoz. Thank you, sir. Can we have 2 more? Can we have someone from the last row? The backbenchers. Can we have someone who's never been on a stage or a dais? You know, it's a good opportunity for you to. Come and see how it looks from here. Shall we have you, sir? You've just walked in. The gentleman who's walking actually between the aisle. Acha nahi, tik. Can we have 2 more volunteers, please? Mr. Mehroja. Mr. Mehrotra, please. Thank you. And one more volunteer. Anybody from this side? How about another lady?
Saxena from Saxena Marine Tech, Sales and Marketing.
Or shall we do it with 4 only?
Yeah, let's have questions.
All right. Our next question is, what?
Google Pay is a Havra bridge.
Can we have the gift hamper? And see, we saw so much participation from the audience. So may I please request not to be lazy next time and just come on the stage. I'll give you a hint also for our next. Yeah. Heartiest congratulations for our winner for this round of quiz. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Let's quickly begin our joining us for this session. I also invite Mr. Sanjay Bajaj, Rail Logistics, Jindal Steel Limited. A very warm welcome to you, Mr. Bajaj. And I also invite Mr. Sirsendu Mukherjee, Chief Logistics, Tata Steel Limited. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Mukherjee. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause to all 3 of our eminent speakers of this session. And I hand over the session to our session moderator, Mr. Puneet Agrawal, with his opening remarks. So now I hand over the session to Mr. Agrawal.
Hello. Yeah, hello everyone. A very good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be moderating and listening to, facilitating this conversation between the industry practitioners from one of the largest players in the country. So I give my small introduction before twins, optimizing the blast furnaces in terms of how to intake the materials, various inputs, so that the energy efficiency is there and wastage is minimum. So I was quite impressed, and that's the reason. Recording that you saw short while ago, that was a near real conversation, and we are trying to deploy it in production. So I felt that I was thinking twice whether steel industry is ready for that kind of automation. Then I realized that definitely steel is very progressive, and we should at least give a glimpse of where we are headed. How do we prepare ourselves for that kind of transition? In fact, Avinash missed to mention, on all our tables, there is a placard about, and there is a QR code. I would want you to use the QR code to open the demo. You can actually participate in the call yourself. On your mobile phones, if you scan the QR code, it will take you to a page where you can just put in your mobile number, and you can actually try to simulate the conversation that can happen. So with that introduction, I'll, sorry, Sanjay ji. Yeah, so I'll request Sanjay ji to share his introduction.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am from Jindal Steel. Been working with Jindal Steel from 2009, May onwards, and do head the rail part of Jindal Steel. During our tenure in Jindal Steel for the last 16 years, we are one of the, not the biggest, but maybe one of the second biggest captive owners of the rakes asset. We currently hold 57, and another 16 are in pipeline to come by May. So we will actually be around 73 captive assets by the end of this financial year, and we have another license to own another 70 plus assets, which are planned in the next 2 to 3 financial years. We currently...
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. So I joined Tata Steel long back, 1998. So 28 years almost. So from a Tata Steel's perspective, obviously we are operating now 5 steel plants. So if I have to give a number, I think we need to move about 100 million tons if we have to produce 25, 26 million tons of steel. So So that's the quantum we're talking about, and that quantum is not possible today without automation, without AI, without the technology. And I think the biggest concern today from a steel sector point of view is that how do you move faster? So while captive rakes and everything has come into play, but it is still not helping the industry to move faster. So to move faster, you can reach. It is facing, as far as Tata Steel is concerned, I think, as I said, we are moving that million tons, and there are, I would say, there are 5 mines, and there are, I would say, there are 5 mines and 3 ports. So I think 8 ports we are moving close to 75 million tons. And we are also delivering about 25 million to 27 different locations in India. So that's the expense, and that's something that we are doing. I think we'll happy to engage furthermore. Thank you.
Thank you, Shishendra. So I work with a lot of different logistics teams. Specifically, when we talk about steel, the biggest challenge that steel, usually what I see is there is massive capacity expansion that is happening in steel. And cost is definitely a very important part. But the more important part is evacuating the material produced so that the plant doesn't get congested. And steel, and one thing that struck to me, I was visiting Orissa, we had interaction with the Orissa Secretary of Transport, where about in India when we build plants, we use the best of manufacturing technology. However, logistics ends up being an afterthought. Best of manufacturing technology. However, logistics ends up being an afterthought. We do not think about where the plant is placed, how would these millions of tons of material would be transported. So that remains something where we handle it more reactively, and due to which we have to make some makeshift solutions. So rail plays a very important role. So Sanjay ji has been a veteran of rail transportation, and rail alone has to be, we have to operate a multi-modal hub and spoke kind of network. Slurry pipeline discussion we had today, that's a very, very interesting one, holds huge promise, but I believe the adoption is still in the ramping up stage. The last, Sanjay ji, what has been your experience about the top challenges of you in handling steel logistics, and specifically technology? How are you leveraging to drive efficiencies?
Actually, the major issue with rail logistics today is the congestion within the Indian railway systems. So 3 things we are actually working on, all the 3, physically and through technology. We have just got a software, basically RMS and TMS installed within our rakes are all mapped with GPS. They are tracked every minute, but automatically tracked. There is a messenger where if it stands for 3 hours, then the messenger sends a message. After 6 hours, it goes to the higher level, and there is a track on sort of thing where every 3 hours we get a message. We have a team, we have teams in divisional offices, we have teams in headquarter offices of Indian drivers and the locomotive pilots because of the ban from the central government. Now they have got the approval. 18,000 people are getting inducted into Indian Railway crew part, but their medical is going on, but it will take, because they will have to go through a simulation process. Because it's a very difficult operation which they have to do. Major portion is the evacuation from the plant also, and bringing the raw material which is on the rails into the plant. All these are very big challenges. Each day we face them.
Yeah. So again, as you said, the afterthoughts, we are very proactive in building the capacity, doing the capex. But pilots are, they are locomotives, they are tracks, but we are short on the locomotive pilots. So it's good that in the next few months it is likely to be resolved. Shishandji, your perspective on this?
So it's not able to move. When you say not able to move, primarily obviously one is crew, that's a problem. And second problem remains the route congestion. That means somewhere the rakes are supposed to be utilized, but it's not getting utilized. So when there's a movement plan, but the movement plan is not really effective because the rakes are not moving to the destination, maybe there's another subject that whether there's enough demand or not of the rakes. So that's a different story altogether. But from our perspective, I think from a technology space, 3-4 things we have done, and one obviously is that how do you where do you load? One obviously is that where do you load, and how fast do you reach those rakes to the destinations? So as I said, if you have to load some 9 different touch points and move into 5 different steel plants, and there are some 20 varieties of coal, there are 5 varieties of there are 5 varieties of fluxes, and there are 7 varieties of iron ore. So one is that number of points, and there are 32 SKUs that you have to move. So it's not easy that you have to move one or first or second. So I think managing inventory and having a very clear, demarcated, ready to help you out, but then something is obviously beyond their control. The other point, which is little beyond steel plants, is also the passenger traffic which moves in the track. See, Indian overall traffic growth is about 20-22% in last couple of years. But if you look at track enhancement, it is 2 to 5%. See, if track enhancement doesn't happen, even if you have rakes, even if you have trains, even if you have crew, where would the train move? So that's a bigger concern that we have been raising with the railways at the different levels. And so there are obviously some plans. I think next 5 years they are having at least 15,000 kilometers tracks to be placed at different places. Third line, fourth line, they call it. I think we are quite hopeful that along with the, the crew and the locos that railway is planning, this is also a significant part to improve the mobility of the trains in the track. That's one. Second, from a FG point of view, finished goods point of view, since we are located in eastern part of India and the majority of our customers are either north, south and west. So obviously India and the majority of our customers are either north, south and west. So obviously we also run about 57, lot of dedicated SFTO rakes. But again, because of the congestion, those rakes do not reach on time. While we have visibility, I think today everybody would agree that you have visibility of the rakes, how do they move, where do the rakes are 100 kilometers away. It takes 7 days to reach even those 200 kilometers. 100 kilometers away, it takes 7 days to reach even those 200 kilometers. So while we have the technology in place to know, but unfortunately everything can be digital, but movement has to be physical. So digital will not help in moving physically the material. So that's the challenge you are facing, but I think so far so good. I think Indian industry point of view also, there is no production shortfall because of the movements not happening. So that's a good sign for the industry, I would say.
Thank you. So I trust that with the DFC being activated, probably this problem of rake congestion should be addressed to a great extent, though steel probably is, corridors of steel might not be the first phase rollout. It would be more on the western corridor, but I believe government is doing at their own pace. So that's definitely. So I'll move the conversation.
We are now looking at Pendru also. We're just waiting for the facility to open. And we are also using this place near Chennai for our customers. These are the major hub points. And in the western part is the Kalamboli area and in Gujarat, Ahmedabad. So we are using all the diverse players who have the PFTs there. In Guwahati, we are just a new facility is opening by use the hub point. The hub point is the customer's willingness also to take that much of material.
Those facilities and many third-party players are with us, but customer centricity.
On my phone. Otherwise, promoter-driven organizations which are at this time non-manufacturer, because that is different. I'll be very practical and say that is different.
Every situation is unique.
Every situation is unique, and every manufacturer and every organization is also unique.
So what I typically, when I look at this, extending this conversation, so India, basically when you talk about, we moved directly from the rotary or the push button phones to the mobile phones. We never had the pagers, which was in the developed countries. So my own view is Indian logistics, they enabled automation. So that's the transition that we are trying to facilitate. And I would want to seek partnership with various industry leaders to how do we handle for the unique situation that come across. Shishi, I think you would also want to add to this.
No, I think from a Tata Steel point of view, we have given enough connectivity to our customers. So there are multiple platforms. There is Digika, there is a Compass, where customer exactly knows what is the material, the time he has placed the orders. So technology space we are utilizing every day, and obviously we are improving. AI and other things, obviously we are in the first phase now, we are working on it. The idea is how do you have no calls, neither to your the pilots, the drivers, or your customers should not call. Customers should get the visibility that why is the material and when it will be delivered. He doesn't need to know anything else. So therefore, I think, as I said, every day we have some 6,000 trucks on road. So it's not possible for someone humanly also to connect and get to know what's happening. So it's e-trans and other softwares, we are getting regular updates. And we are not calling our customers. Customers getting the update from the system that where is the material. In case there is a deviation, in case there is a breakdown or accident, something happening, then only those things are being pulled up and is getting communicated to us. So we are digital space, we are moving very, very fast from a Tata Steel's point of view. And we're sure that we have the responsibility to connect not physically last mile, but also digitally last mile to our customers so that they get what they need at the right point of time.
Yeah, so handling it, giving visibility to the customer, to the ecosystem partners so that they should, to eliminate the need of the call itself, that's something that everybody and every organization should strive to achieve, and everybody is on different maturity curve to be going to that level. But in my observation, like Tata Steel, JSPL both have very advanced technology teams, and as well, still sometimes the last mile adoption remains a challenge. So to bridge that divide, there is a role for technology, and as we progress, I think we're all going to witness the huge AI-led transformation. The voice recording that my colleague shared, that was a totally AI-generated voice and reacting to the real situation. The logistics involves thousands of such coordination, difficult situations which you need to adapt, which are being done by our dispatch coordination departments, by control tower departments, by in fact POD billing departments. So all these things can be delegated to an AI to be done in a reliable manner. That's a vision and possibility that we are all, we see that technology is available and we need to work together to make that happen faster than later. So that's, I think we are closing time as well. So it was a very insightful discussion. Sanjay ji, Shishendu ji, really appreciate some closing remark and maybe some closing remark that you can give before we wind up.
No, I think, as you rightly said, that we should not be seen that steel industry is not adopting technology. Steel industry is not adopting AI. In fact, there's a greater need for the steel industry to adopt it, not because we have to move steel. In the upstream, you have to actually move much more raw material than that. And then it's a connect from a raw material. Maybe your internal customers, steel plants, they are not asking for it, but now time has come where they also want to know what's the stock level at individual plants, where they can have their planning so that they can plan for individual customer if there is specific need. And from a last mile point of view, I think if the connectivity is not given to the customers, whatever great work you are doing, still the customer will not be happy. So I think that's what I said. I think digitally last mile connect is more important than physically last mile connect. Physically, people know that there is a material, but easy getting the material at the right time, that's the more important for the industry. Thank you.
Thank you, Sanjay ji.
Thank you. I'll be just saying one small thing, that we need to be more structured and less on hands-on work, automated processes, automated messages, so that the people are little bit, logistics is very tough and they're involved all day. So if we can actually do something with technology so that the pressure comes down, that is what I think it should be.
Totally agree, totally agree. Logistics handles for handling the exceptions and the operational issues. How can we reduce the exceptions only? That is something which we all strive for. So it was really good interaction. Thank you, Sanjay ji. Thank you, Shishendu ji. Let's hand it over to the court.
Also thank you for, we also thank all our eminent speakers for sharing their insight and experience. And as a token of gratitude, we would like to felicitate them with a memento. I request once again Monica to felicitate them. Thank you, Mr. Puneet Agrawal, CEO and co-founder of Fretron. Thank you for your time and presence.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Sanjay Bajaj, Rail Logistics Jindal Steel Limited. And thank you, Mr. Sirsendu Mukherjee, Chief Logistics, Tata Steel Limited. May I request for a group photograph, please? Back at 2:30, that is 45 minutes from now, for our fourth session. Please join us back at 2:30. Enjoy the lunch, enjoy the networking.
Our legacy is built on world-class steel plants that produce the best in its class. Because we are obsessed with precision and perfection and are powered by the latest technological advances, where well-integrated systems of backward integration gives us unparalleled control over quality. Smooth forward integration to seamlessly connect the multifaceted dots of development. To become one of the biggest steel manufacturers in India. While illuminating the future, we firmly believe in nourishing the present and investing in the nation's capital by bringing about social change that promotes skill development, self-sufficiency, and strengthens communities from within. Environmental change that nurtures and sustains the ecosystem. And educational transformation through cutting-edge facilities and initiatives that hold the potential to empower communities, to stand strong, while making a change where it truly matters. At Jindal Steel, we've grown our legacy on ownership, respect, striving for quality, and most importantly, on the dedication and passion of our people who take our values further and build the future with us.
पोस्ट का इनविटेशन।
क्रेजी मैन, भूमि पूजन के साथ साथ फैक्ट्री ओपनिंग का भी इनविटेशन। फैक्ट्री कंस्ट्रक्शन का मामला है, हाउ इज इट पॉसिबल?
एसएमएल है तो पॉसिबल है।
एसएमएल?
यस सर, एसएमएल, सक्सेना मरीन टेक प्राइवेट लिमिटेड, द नंबर 1 कंपनी इन प्री इंजीनियर्ड मेटल बिल्डिंग सिस्टम्स, जो फेमस है अपनी क्वालिटी, कॉस्ट इफेक्टिवनेस और टाइमली कंप्लीशन के लिए।
Oh really? Our factories be ready made. Call them for a new expansion.
Yes.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. May I request all of you to kindly settle down before we begin. And we would begin with a short introduction.
Hi everyone, my name is Captain Hemant from Duri. We are a shipping and port consultancy company.
Hello everyone, my name is Namrata Rai from Tech SAP. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I am SS Gharwar from ICT, New Delhi.
Which is the longest highway in India and which two locations it connects?
Kanyakumari to Srinagar.
Yes, the locations are correct. And the highway number? Any guess for the highway number? Any guess in the house for the highway number? It's 66 is one guess. Any other guess? 7, okay. Are we doing number 1 till 60? Yes, let's give him a big round of applause and to you as well. It's highway number 44. Captain Hemant is the winner. And of course, it connects Srinagar to Kanyakumari in Tamil Nadu. Any guesses for the length? Any guess for the length?
It's already visible.
Congratulations, Captain Hemant. Any guesses for the length?
3,700.
Yes, 3,745. Thank you, ma'am. Still, see, you're sharp still.
Thank you, thank you.
Let's give a big round of applause for all our participants, all our volunteers for this session of the quiz. We still have 2 more rounds of sessions on quiz coming. Win more gift hampers. Ladies and gentlemen, in Sanskrit it is said, Setur bandho lokasya, meaning bridge, bind societies together. Mazboot setu, mazboot bhavishya ki neev hote hain. Bridges are not just structures, they connectivity and of course overcoming obstacles. Our next session, which is session 4, will explore smart design, innovative construction techniques and long-term reliability, all critical to building infrastructure that is safe, sustainable and future ready. Please join me in welcoming on the dais our eminent speakers in this session. Professor Mahesh Tandon, Chairman, Tandon Consultants Private Limited. A very warm welcome to you, Mr. Tandon. Next, I would invite on the dais Engineer S.S. Girharwar, Senior Vice President Project Monitoring Unit, PMU, Intercontinental Consultants and Technocrats Private Limited. Let's give a big round of applause to both our eminent and distinguished. And now I would request Professor Mahesh Tandon to kindly enlighten us, please.
Can you start it? I mean, where does it go from? Okay. Okay, good afternoon, friends. And my speaker at the same session, Mr. Geherwar. Sorry, his name was not pronounced properly. Geherwar. So what I am going to talk about regarding bridges is designing bridges for resilience. That's the key word. And this is, as you know, a part of the climate change scenario. These are the 3 parts of my presentation, and we will stop whenever we are told to stop. Okay, so as you can see, as recognized are the environmental aspects, social, economic. So these are what the sustainability, when we talk about, that's what it means. When we talk about resilience, although they are connected, but it really stands for robustness, redundancy, and repairability of the structure. So it's not really quite climate change. I think if there is less noise in the background, why not give them a cup of tea or something? So what is bridge resilience? As you could see in the first slide, sorry, I'm going to go back a little bit. Oh, it doesn't matter. If you remember, you know, there are these 2 boxers which are there, and obviously there is one which is stronger than the other, or stronger than what he had anticipated. And there is a referee which is started his countdown. Yeah. Excuse me, is it possible to just ask them to make less noise? If this gentleman who has been knocked down, he can get up before the count reaches 10, then he is resilient. That means that you may be subjected to a superior adversary, but even after having got knocked down, if you can come up quickly, then it is resilience. So resilience definitions has this very good example in a boxing ring, but it depends, like I said, on robustness, redundancy, and repairability, and each one of them, when we talk about structural engineering, robustness means is that in case of an accidental action, when the load exceeds the design value, there should be minimum damage. Redundancy means that there have to be alternate paths of transfer of forces. Supposing one path is blocked or it is damaged, then the force should still be able to transfer. That is redundancy. And repairability, of course, means that in case there is a damage, you should be able to put it into functional mode as quickly as possible. So the current state, the philosophy of design is called limit state design, and it consists of majoration of loads, which means that basically you are increasing the loads from whatever the design value is, and there is a minoration of strength. Minoration of strength means that you may not get the same strength, although it is made in steel and in a factory, but still there can be variations in the quality of that steel. So you reduce the strength, you increase the load effects, because the load effects are also, you may assume something, but it may be higher than that. So in the future, what we have to do is that apart from the existing things that we are doing, we have to factor in climate change in order to be resilient and future ready. If you are mathematically minded, you can see that equation below. It's just that the loads must be less than the resistance. And there are some factors which are given before that. This eta factor that you see, that is what has been introduced to take account of resilience and future, to be future ready. So what are the main causes of bridge collapse? Somebody has made a worldwide study, and they have found that it's really natural disasters which account for the most collapses of bridges. But of course, there are other reasons for collapses also, which are mentioned here in the slide. If you look at all the vulnerability issues and you look at all the infrastructure types, at the top you can see the what are the various types of infrastructure: pavements, bridges, drains, rail tracks, culverts, side slopes, coastal, ports, airport, etc. So these are all the types of possible infrastructure. And the vulnerability parameters are rising temperature, rainfall, wind, cyclone, etc. If you look at under bridges, all these have been crossed. So all these effects are important for bridges, which may not be so for all the infrastructure, but for bridges it is. This is called the bridge resilience triangle. This is what you have designed for, and it may be exceeded, this particular forces, and the functionality is shown here. So the forces may be exceeded and it may be somewhere there. On the x-axis is the time. So if you look at this AC and AB, so AB represents the vulnerability, as is clear, and this triangle area has to be made as minimum as possible. Although it is called the resilience triangle, it is the loss of resiliency for various reasons that comes into the picture. So you can integrate this, or you can just multiply it, it's just a simple thing. And there is an angle alpha here. This is important because if the angle becomes larger, the resilience triangle becomes smaller, and that's what we are aiming for. Now, one of the most important things is the main Himalayan rivers are the Indus, Ganga and Brahmaputra. They are all fed by, all three are fed by rain as well as snow. So that is why they are more or less perennial, and about 80 to 90% of the annual rainfall over most parts of India falls during the southwest monsoon. That is between June and September. There are places where the river changes course, which are very difficult to control, and good examples are Kosi and Gandak. The Kosi river has changed course by 140 kilometers over the last 200 years, as you can see here. So it requires protection, because normally all these barrages and embankments and all that have not worked, but something more sophisticated, which has been proposed by the Central Water and Power Research Station, needs to be done. This is what happens to the flow. I mean, when you come to a bridge, the flow gets constricted, and therefore the velocity increases locally, and you get the points which are marked at these. This does not have enough embedment, you will get a failure of the whole bridge. So what is happening during climate change is that your high flood level is likely to be higher because of excessive rainfall, etc. And if you have more high flood, you will get more discharge, and as a result, this cover will be much more. So the grip length that you had originally, what we are designing for, may not be adequate. So because if that cover becomes lower, then you have a lower grip length, and that can be quite dangerous for the bridge. So we have to take this into account when we are designing for resilience. Here you can see a well foundation or caisson foundation. 4.5 meters of it has been eroded, and now the bed level is somewhere here. Previously it was somewhere here at this place. So this lowering due to local scour can undermine the foundations and therefore result in collapse of the bridge. Overturning and sliding is another. We have had many accidents and failures in bridges in India which are on a curve, and here you can see something on the border roads where you have a curve, and there were 2 or 3 truck drivers who parked their car on the outer periphery of this and went for a cup of tea or several cups of tea or something more stronger, I don't know what. But when they came back, they found that neither they could find the bridge nor their trucks. They were all, if you can see them, these are the trucks which were there originally, and of course the bridge is not there, and they really did think that somebody had spiked their tea or something like that, because they couldn't see the bridge and they couldn't see their vehicles. So this is what can happen. It's a very simple thing, but even under its self weight, the bridge is not stable unless you design for it, and you have to have a larger factor of safety. You have big transports. This thing is on logistics, and people are trying to send more and more things on heavier and heavier vehicles over the bridge, so for which the bridge has to be designed, and overturning is something which is definitely an embarrassment for everybody, including the owner, the designer, and also perhaps the person who is responsible for the overturning. Here you can see the other, even during construction, a curved bridge has fallen the moment we tried to decenter it. Here you can see something in Calcutta, which is the Ulta Danga bridge. Here you have a very sharp curvature, and what actually fell was this, which is got a less curvature. So it requires some thinking. People thought that if this one is safe, then why should something which has got a smaller radius of curvature? It is not only radius of curvature, it depends on the span and the angle subtended by the thing. So that is the reason why it fails, and this is a great, it's a pity, but that's what's been happening in India. Okay, so I will just show 1 or 2 examples, and whenever you want we can finish. Here is something which is not got redundancy. You have an arch bridge, and it's got a single rib which divides of course into 2, and it has got a single set of suspenders, this is not redundancy, because you can see the progressive collapse what happened, and all because of lack of redundancy. So, you should not have a single rib and just one layer, one plane of hangers. On the other hand, if you see something like this, which we designed for the near Kullu, the Parvati river, it has got two ribs. It has got suspenders which are again suspending the deck on both sides. Now, this type of a thing gives you redundancy. In case there is a failure of even a single suspender, it should not result into a major collapse. It should be still there. Okay, thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Professor Tandon, for sharing your experience and enriching us with your knowledge. Ladies and gentlemen, now I invite Engineer S.S. Gaharwar for his presentation, please.
After a very technically conceptual and fundamental as well as application supported presentation, I will be just continuing my journey under the guidance of Professor Mahesh Tandon. Of course, I will be touching upon the practical examples, what he has shown. And since the theme is that is steel, I will try to show some of the applications. I will highlight what are the challenges and what is the state of the art, and maybe the discussion points which are shown. That also I shall be discussing now. So this is the signature bridge. You agree with me that in India also we have a state-of-the-art infrastructure. Straightforward, I shall be talking about the bearings of these bridges. You can say, yeah, of course I will remember. Straightforward, I am go to the, yeah, of course I will remember. Straightforward, I am go to the bearing part. The bearing is one element which facilitates primarily the transfer of loads from superstructure to substructure, and hence play a very important role. Here in that portion, and straightforward, that red circle, that is what I am talking about. There is a bearing, that element is there. What is the typicality of that? I will talk about much about the structural arrangements, etc. I must tell this thing that this type of bearing, which is very large, it has been imported. So that is still a challenge, and I'm sure that there's so much advancement taking place in the steel industry. This is one business area they will try to focus on. This is the conceptual spherical bearing. I will not talk much about that. You see the size of the bearing, and definitely it goes as far as the cost is concerned, a multiplication in terms of exponential. So this is the size of the bearing, and of course all the other parts where even the weldings they are also done, and you can say the drilling of the holes, that is also there. Lot of metallic portions they are there. So they have to be, you can say, they should withstand the quality norms as far as the design life of the bridge is concerned. The design life of this type of bearing is considered as per the literature of the order of 45 years. So that is the challenge for the metal industry. You see the size of the bearing. Another bearing where this pylon is just getting attached, where one can feel very air vibrations. So this type of pendular bearing that is there, you see the size of the bearing, lot of metallic parts they are there, and lot of challenges they are also there when you design it. And lot of challenges they are also there when you design it. Coming back to the infrastructure part, switching over, as Tandon Saab mentioned about the climate resilience, a lot of you can say probable failure phenomena reported as well as anticipated. So this is how we can tackle, and it carries a lot of challenges for future also. So this is a typical cycle. Now, as far as our construction industry is concerned, where metal and concrete both are giving substantial contribution, even the concrete industry and steel industry both are just moving ahead. Now, this maintenance is a great challenge. Still, the maintenance cycle and optimization of maintenance, that is lacking. Even when it applies to the signature bridge also, where I showed a special type of bearings, that is still a challenge. So this one particular art, that is known as structural health monitoring. So that is done, that is utilized to take care of this. So this is simply as with regard to the medical science, and this is the real life problem. Now we apply this concept to the structures, where the human body elements, they are, you can say, given analogy with these various structural elements. And as the treatment is given to the human body, this is a typical instrumentation scheme. This is a superstructure where, depending upon your priority with respect to the structural safety as well as the probable threats in the future, various kinds of sensors they are picked up. Another view, this is, I am showing the cross section of a box girder bridge. Now these are the various stages when the sensors they are embedded, at what stage we should keep on taking the readings. So this is, gives the construction phase after the completion of the construction, and then once the construction is completed, then it is, you can say, 6 monthly cycle. Peak winter, peak, you can say summer, peak monsoon, pre and post monsoon. They give the idea depending upon the change in the readings of the sensors. And ultimately you get a huge data. So that data, that cannot be manually handled. So you have to prepare a database management system. So this is one, you can say complete SOP, where Tandon Saab has already covered that the IRC codes, they are based on these philosophy. Now this data, it is based on GIS environment. Because our country, Pan India, if you take, one is located in north, south, east, west, or wherever. So let us have a GIS or other, you can say, environment, where depending upon your requirement, you can retrieve what is the status of that health. Let us seek the illustrative example of signature bridge, where these instrumentation scheme has been applied. These are the various type of sensors scheme has been applied. These are the various type of sensors which are equipped in the completed signature bridge of New Delhi. Now these are the description of the various sensors. This is, you can say, at the pylon, this is the master computer, where the connections from various sensors which have been installed in the structures, they are getting joined here, and this is a computer control system. Even the wireless technology it is giving over here. And these are control system. Even the wireless technology it is giving over here. And these are the, you can say, dashboard, how you are getting the readings when something is going on. And even this is the dashboard of that. This is the typical, you can say, output of the sensors. Another view, this is the quantum of the data. And this is even the tablets, you can have this thing. So you can have the status of the structure at any point of time. Having got this much data, now what are the challenges? Now, if you construct a good bridge, that quality assurance and quality control, and then now also we are following maintenance cycles. So what are the challenges? Now these are the innovative approaches, because NHAI, Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, PWDs and other government and private organizations, they are having the data, and they are saying that despite of introduction of the technology, we are not getting the desired results. So what are the gaps? This thing, you will agree with that, with me, the output of the, you can say, data of the structural health monitoring, it is very typical. It requires expertise to understand it and to build predictive models. So these are the various steps. Integrated quality control and quality assurance approaches, where introduction of new materials and methods, digital technologies and data driven. Our current traditional approach is reactive based. We have to be proactive based, and these are the tools how can make our approach proactive. These are the things. digital technologies, non-destructive testing and lateral scaling. There is a, you can say, sea change in the, you can say, advancement in the technology. Earlier we were talking about X-rays, now tomography. This is the three-sectional tomography, that is another change. Innovative materials, that's self-filling materials and recycled materials, tunnels have already covered. Some of the examples, warm mixed asphalt, prefabricated components, and smart payments. This is a US-based case example where they use this approach and they have demonstrated this data analysis. And after data analysis, they prepare these charts and this is the result. So probably this is the future. In our country also, we will be looking forward. And the challenges is that construction materials, the quality of those construction materials, bearing I showed, we are talking about stainless steel bearings, reinforcement, stainless steel reinforcement. Jindal is very much involved in that, so that is there. But the testing of those advanced materials, that is still a challenge. So we have to plan by thing. So thank you as far as presentations.
Thank you, Engineer Geharwar, for a very, very enlightening presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, we invite questions from the House right now for both our eminent speakers. Kindly raise your hand. Mic needs to be switched on.
This is a very good innovative methods. These methods, have you given it to Ministry of Road Transport and other like even railways to standardize this process and should become part of the, before commissioning the bridges, the roads and the railway tracks, all these things, these tests to be completed, and after becoming successful, no gaps are there, then only they need to be commissioned. Standardization of this process is required in order to prevent the failures or collapses. My suggestion is for standardization. Kindly submit it to the Ministry of Roads and Transports and Highways for standardization of this. It will be useful for everybody.
So there's a hand. Yeah.
Yeah, I think what you are saying is quite right, that there should be some standardization. But you know, every bridge is different. It's not like one Maruti car you made and then you're just producing it like in the villages they produce beedies. They are all standardized, although they are done by human hands. That's not so for bridges. The local conditions decide what type of bridge you have, and there are various types of bridges. Something may have, for example, what Mr. Geharwar showed. It's a bridge which has got stay cables. I mean, the whole thing is supported on that. So it's you require a different type of instrumentation, and what to monitor is different. But you are right. For example, if you have, if you could standardize spans, the type of structure, etc., those could have a same type of instrumentation, and it should be standardized. It is capable, but not in general.
Just to supplement Anand sir, as in his presentation, he took the challenge of this climate resilience. You will agree with me, sir? Our country is, you can say, a big country. Even the south and south, east, west, the structures which are located in north and the structures which are located in the central India, they may have different exposure conditions. Now this climate resilience means conceptually is, for example, taking the case of a rusting, corrosion. There the quantum near the marine environment that is different, and there the quantum of that corrosion rusting in the central area it is different. And rightly so, your concept is very correct, your suggestion is very correct, sir. And Ministry of Road Transport and Highways and NHAI, PWDs, and you can say the technical mind behind that is the IRC has already taken, and IRC have made different standards. Even for example, in the bridges in the vicinity of the marine environment, there is a strong, you can say, recommendations of using stainless steel reinforcement. So that is there. And since this variability is there, that is why even the, you can say the hydraulic challenges due to which Nandan have already covered, that we are seeing a number of failures. So we have to be careful. Concept-wise, you are very correct, sir. But we have to put some cushion as far as their variability is concerned. Thank you.
My question is, last year, everybody I heard more than 9 and 10 bridges has been collapsed in Bihar. Some old bridges, some during construction also. And one I have seen in the news, you are showing this curvature in bridge. In Madhya Pradesh, they have constructed one bridge with 19-degree angles. 90-degree angles. So see or something that who should monitor this, because in 1 and 2 days no construction will be completed. So what is your opinion on that?
I think unfortunately it's only the collapsed bridges that you people are subjected to by TV and news and all that, and they don't project hundreds if not thousands of bridges which are giving good service. This does not excuse the failures, but I am saying that it has to be seen in proportion. There are many reasons for these failures. Our codes for design need improvement, which we are trying very hard. We have a whole organization called the Indian Roads Congress, who are responsible for making codes of practice, updating them, issuing amendments, etc. There are a lot of new players who have come in the market. In the old days, the bridges were supposed to be sort of the height of specialization in that area. Maybe about hundreds of contractors who are doing the same thing. Now, they don't have the expertise, they don't have the training. And also, because of this Middle East, we've had a very large amount of foremen who were really the backbone of the construction industry at the site. They have gone away. And the new people, I mean, it will take time before they, and we are still struggling at the site to get people who have even a little bit of knowledge and exposure to this construction before they take on a major project. A major project, I think, requires still, it's not so standardized. I mean, you can learn up to your MTech something, you can do your PhD, but still, fact is that every bridge is different and it requires good constructors. Only then it can be made into a success. The government has opened so many IITs, but if you really see, the IITs were supposed to be there only. They've even made a hostel for where people can stay, but it is going too slow, and we require a complete change in the manner in which the contracts are awarded. We are still in that L1 lowest bidder kind of what's it called? Mode. It's the L1 mode which is killing us. So unless there are changes everywhere, we are going to keep on having these failures. We don't have, incidentally, we see a lot of debates in the parliament and all kinds of bills are being passed We have been fighting for what is called the engineer's bill for the last 30 years. Only 30 years. And no progress, no worthwhile progress. I mean, sometimes they say that this ministry is involved or that ministry is involved or whatever. But the fact is that we have got a major problem there. And the engineer's bill is essential for civil engineers and structural engineers because the public safety is involved. It may not be required for, I don't know, some other types of engineers. Like IT industry, I don't think require, they are self-sufficient. Maybe mechanical engineers require a little bit, but you don't have to be professionally accredited. If you look at the country like USA, in every state, unless you have a license to practice, you can't. Here, the whole country, it's a free for all. So it's changes are required everywhere. We are all trying very hard, but it will take time. Maybe the next generation will be better. Thank you.
Just to supplement, sir. First of all, I must compliment that you just put the nail at the very correct place. Everybody is concerned should be like that only. The last part of my presentation, where it was driving, you can say, introduction of integrated technology in quality control and quality assurance. So if we improve that, definitely how we will improve? Presently, it is a reaction based. And that is why the bottleneck, we rightly mentioned that if it is a 90-degree product outcome is there, how come it cannot come within a day? Even the human body, it takes 9 months. It cannot be. Simply it is an overlook of that. So this data, even the NHAI, Ministry of Road Transport, everybody is concerned. And right now there is a strict drive taken by Chairman NHAI. And from 18th of this month to 22nd of this month, there is a group of 60 engineers of NHAI and advisors. They are visiting the different NHAI sites. I am just, because this is data pertaining to NHAI, and their role is that whatever the quantum of, you can say, maintenance aspect, they are first touching the maintenance aspects. If NHAI is investing money, but how come the condition of the roads, it is not up to what the maintenance has been paid? So this has already been, you can say, well conceived, and that is why the introduction of this technology. Right now also, NHAI patronizes, you can say, technology, you can say, it takes non-destructive testing, but in a reactive manner. Now what I showed, now NHAI is taking inputs from the stakeholders. Yeah, can we go in the productive mode so that we can take care of that? Means it is digital twins, you can say mathematical modeling, so that we can see what is happening, going to happen if it is continued. And definitely, it is the vigilance through technology. So your point is well taken, sir, and government is also concerned, and hopefully, let us have a better future as far as our country's infrastructure is concerned. Thank you.
One comment I want to make.
Yes, yes, sir.
You see, we live in a country where we can't even fix potholes. We are talking about something which is high tech. Forget about this high tech. I mean, I must say that this organization that Mr. Gairwar worked for, that is the Central Road Research Institute, with which I am also associated, they have now experimented with something which is warm asphalt. It's not hot things which you know, at 700 degrees centigrade kind of thing. The Supreme Court has fortunately banned the entry of such equipments in the urban areas. But to fill up potholes, how is it that we are not able to resolve this? I mean, it's got something to do with our own character. I don't think that it is some very high-tech thing to make sure that you fix a pothole and it remains fixed. So it's something like that, and this is much more difficult, what you've been seeing. Thank you.
Indeed, a very, very burning topic, burning issue, and hoping for the best. Ladies and gentlemen, and I personally thank our eminent speakers for this session, for their experience, sharing their experience, insight, knowledge, and expertise. And as a token of our gratitude, we would like to felicitate them with a memento. I request Monica to felicitate Professor Mahesh Tandon. Thank you, sir, for your time and presence. And thank you for sharing your knowledge with us. We're also very grateful to Engineer S.S. Geherwar. So thank you for your time and presence, and of course sharing your invaluable knowledge with us. May we request both of you for a group photo, please? Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, with this we conclude our 4th session of the day. We will be moving into our 5th session, but before that, let's re-energize the house with another round of quiz. Can we have now fresh batch of 5 volunteers, please? Can we have someone from the back, back seats of the hall? All the youngsters sitting on the back benches. All experts are sharing, yes. From the corner itself? Yes, please. We need one more. Do we have another volunteer here? Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause for all our volunteers. We have one more round of quiz coming up, so we would require 5 more. I thought sir was joining us on the stage. Okay. We need 2 more. How about, sir, would you like to join us? Okay, fine.
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Rajendra Wagh from RRS Logistic Terminals, Pune.
Good afternoon, all. Myself, Vijay Babu from POSCO, India.
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Asdat, ex-GM Finance Quality.
All right. Our question for this time of quiz round is, name 5 minor, not major, minor ports in India that are involved in loading or handling iron ore and or coal. So name 5 minor ports in India that are involved in loading or handling iron ore and or coal.
I know only 2, Paradeep and Dighi and Jaigarh.
Minor ports.
But I want 5 names, sir. 5 names. I give you 2 names, Sanjum and Kalikesh.
Now, Dharamtal you said? No, but...
Thuthukudi.
Can this question be passed?
Thuthukudi.
No.
Thuthukudi.
Thuthup is not there.
Thuthukudi.
Okay, at least name the states in which these ports are, if you can't name the port.
Odisha.
Odisha, yes, right.
Gujarat,
yes.
All coastal
no,
states.
not in Andhra.
All coastal states.
Tamil Nadu.
Nobody is able to give answer to this one.
Pass over the question to be replaced.
Question replace नहीं हो सकता. But इसमें gift भी नहीं मिलेगा. Thank you. So the right answer was Belagiri Port, Karnataka, Tajri Port, Navlakhi Port, Farakha Port, and Gopalpur. Minor ports.
A good try by our house. Ladies and gentlemen, let's move on to our final and the fifth session of the day. Samudra Setur Bhavti Vyaparasya. The sea becomes a bridge of commerce. Sashakt Bandargaha. Sashakt अर्थव्यवस्था की पहचान होते हैं. Ports are not just gateways for cargo, they are gateways to economic growth. Ladies and gentlemen, our final session, that is session 5, will focus on enhancing railway logistics corridors, efficient rail transport for bulk commodities like iron ore, coal, bauxite and other minerals, public-private partnership opportunities, role of port operations in cargo efficiency, infrastructure upgrades for high-volume bulk cargo, iron ore, coal and steel, and integration of ports with rail and road corridors for last-mile connectivity. Please join me in welcoming on the dais our eminent speakers for this session. Captain Hemant Gupta, Deputy Director, Dury Maritime Services. He's also our session moderator. A very warm welcome to you, Captain Gupta. I would now invite...
In Port of Singapore for 8 years. And since last 6 years, I'm working in this company, Dury Bay, which is a 50-year-old London-based company. And the green shipping and green ports is my specialization here. So before we begin, I just want to say one point which I couldn't in the last session when we were talking about the bridges. So important thing from shipping and port perspective is that because of the decarbonization efforts, the heights of the vessels are increasing. That means for the future construction of the bridges, one should take that into consideration. And why the heights are increasing? Because now the more ships want to carry more cargo. The more cargo they carry, the lesser emission per ton or per TU they will have. Okay, so now we will have first we're going to have a presentation by Mr. Elvito, and Mr. Elvito, maybe you can go up on the dais and just introduce yourself as well, please.
Can I speak? Well, being the last session, and especially after lunch, we have to liven up things to keep you awake here. So I think I'll speak a bit about Goa. It's very much in the theme. I know most of you think of Goa as a tourist location, maybe an exotic locale for some of you. But perhaps many of you, some of you may have known it, but Goa was the leading hub for transshipment of iron ores. Goa was doing 50% of iron ore exports until the first ban came in the year 2010. So I have a very hoary background of being in the iron ore industry. There are some veterans who are around here. I saw them early in the morning. They're not here. But I can talk of mines like the big Noah Mundi mine of Tata Steel, Kiriburu mines, Baladila, and Goa was right there in the same category. Times have changed. There were good times and there are bad times. We are in bad times, no doubt, but we are looking at the future with better purpose. So the theme of my paper is, as I said, it's modern logistics in this sustainable revival of the Goan iron ore industry. And obviously I've included Marmugao Port because it's a connected entity and our session is on ports and shipping. So I'm saying this is a very old phrase. Maybe if I could skip it, but I like it, so I'll say it. The old order change it, yielding place to new. And God fulfills himself in many ways, lest one good custom should corrupt the world. So this is the story of the Goan iron ore industry. As far as logistics are concerned, the key word that I'm going to use in the paper is first, the revival of the Goan iron ore industry. The Goan iron ore industry has been a story of boom, bust, and then revival or reset, whatever word you use. So in the revival of the Goan iron ore industry cannot be carry on business as usual. Business has to be done in a different manner. You have to reset your entire mind. You have to reset your thinking. Goa is very high on the list of environmental activists, social activists, and they will shut down any industry which is socially or environmentally polluting and not conducive to the to the society. So the real key words that I am going to use in this are, we need innovative, sustainable operations. I've mentioned about EV trucks, which is being introduced. One important point, oh, perhaps I did introduce myself. I should have introduced you, or can I skip it? Yeah. Sorry, yeah. I was supposed to introduce myself, but anyway, I missed it out. Say a slight dementia creeping in, put it that way. But basically, I'm a IIT engineer, IIT Kharagpur. The days when IITs were IITs, not now. So I'm a metallurgical engineer. For the first 20 years of my experience, it's been in pelletization and beneficiation. I worked in the first pellet plant in the country, and I was head of the beneficiation units in many important countries. I was associated with slurry transport in the Kudremukh iron ore mine, way back in the 70s. Then there was a shift for me from processing, from acting in the field on the production line, production and quality control. I shifted to marketing, and after that I got involved with shipping. And in the courses of shipping, I was also on the faculty of the Narottam Moraji Institute of Management, Bombay. Okay, good. It's good you reminded me. So I'll complete my paper. I will forget this part about the thing. So the key points that I want to make here is that basically when you're resetting or your revival of the Goan iron ore, you have to use innovative techniques. And the weakness of the Goan iron ore industry has been road transport, the transportation from the mines to the jetty, which has created a lot of congestion, a lot of dust nuisance, and noise pollution. So the idea is to think of different solutions. One of them is try to use dedicated elevated transport corridors, one for North Goa, the other for South Goa. We think the revenues that the Goa government is receiving, the Goa government receives about 30%, 27% in terms of direct taxes, plus there is a revenue sharing after the auctions. So they get about 30% of the ASP, which is the average sales price. So we feel that even a dedicated elevated corridor could perhaps be recovered in 2 or 3 years. The payback would be there. That is one. The other application is to use pipeline technology. It was mentioned that JSW had the largest pipe conveyor belt in the country. So there is an application also for pipe conveyors, but these are two different solutions. One is for the industry at large, one corridor in North Goa, another corridor in South Goa. Whereas the question of using pipe conveyor technology is, it has to be specific to a company. The company has to install it. So the other point of the Goan iron industry, in the past it was completely export oriented. 100% of the whatever was produced was exported. We have 2 rivers in Goa, and the rivers are the lifeline of the industry. So the connectivity from the mines to the port is through barges. This is the normal routine. And in order to improve, in order to modernize the barges, in the past the barges were all IV barges. IV is inland water, which is meant for the rivers. But now the barges are what are known as SOC barges, Statement of Compliance barges. They can move cargo all along the coast. They are designed, strengthened, and fitted with equipment so that they can move along the coast. The other structural change in Goa is that the ownership structure based on the auctions has changed. The largest owner now is JSW Steel. Obviously, they are sourcing cargoes for the Dolvi plant, which is expanding. The figure I was given is 15 million tons, and if you take 1.5 or 1.6 as the iron ore requirement, it is around 20 million tons. So they are sourcing Goa as a very competitive source. But Goan iron ore is not really high-grade ore, so it has to be blended. They import cargoes from Brazil, they get cargoes from Australia, and they blended with Goa. So this is the change in the structure of the industry in Goa. In the past, it was 100% export oriented. Now it is, you don't know how much would go for exports, but I would say in a general way, there'll be a mix of 50% export and 50% domestic, which will move in different types of shipping along the coast. One of the ways of shipping is the SOC barges. So I'll show you a few photographs. Perhaps you've seen it all. I'll just rush through this. These are solar panels just tried off. I mean, it was that we use. Very important point about beneficiation plant is handling of tailings. The word Samarco was mentioned in the morning, and Samarco had the biggest disaster on tailings in the world. So tailings now are handled. Tailings are filtered, and there is a photograph of filter cake. It's so that you can handle tailings. Otherwise, tailings is very dangerous. As a beneficiation man myself, I know anything can happen with tailings. So this is the new technology, the press filter, which will filter tailings. Then, of course, road transport I mentioned. These are photographs of pipe conveyors. I just brought it as an example, which is a possibility of introducing it in Goa. This is a map of two rivers. These are the barges. And this is a stacker. The conventional loading of barges in Goa was dump trucks. That creates a lot of dust nuisance, also noise nuisance. So my own company has implemented the stacker, and perhaps there'll be more stackers used for barge loading. And this is SOC barges. I'll move. Okay, this is a floating crane, which is basically, you can say, the USP of my company. This is a modern version of loading ships, which is you load ships offshore. It is the most cost-effective, and it is the most versatile and flexible. And you can see that we have in the past loaded ships with one crane, sometimes with two cranes, and even with three cranes. And whereas one crane you load at around 12 to 15,000 tons per day, with two cranes you can be around 25, 30,000 tons per day. And three cranes, which, to be honest, I did it only once in my career, but we went at around 45,000 tons per day with this crane, with these three cranes. Now, at the end of it is Marmagoa port. Suffered just like us because it was too long, a mono cargo boat. As we dropped, we declined, so did Marmagoa port. Today, Marmagoa port is a major port. It's the worst performer of all the ports in India because they don't have a cargo of iron ore. To a certain extent, they've replaced iron ore with coal. JSW have a terminal in Goa, which is known as Southwest Moors. And what they have done is, this is really remarkable, they have put a green dome which is covering the entire coal stockyard. Now, with this infrastructure, which they spent about 160, 170 crores, they could increase the EC from 5.5 million tons to 13 million tons. And this coal is meant for the Vijayanagar or Tonagulu plant. And then these are a few developments like a cruise terminal and a yacht parking bay for York and Marmagoa port. So the last conclusion, I want to end by saying that there are reserves in iron ore, mostly low grade. There is a market. The market for low grade will taper away. That's when beneficiation will come in, where you upgrade yourself. The government of India has a restriction of exports on 58%, obviously to protect the domestic steel industry. But the reserves in Goa are at least 1 million tons, and we have an EC of 20 million tons. So if mining is conducted in a sustainable, and I may even say in a responsible manner, mining could revive, and we could go back to around 20 million tons. The economy of Goa,
Mr. Alvito, so it goes back to that for bringing the iron ore trade back into Goa, the pipe transporter system seems to be the ideal system. Okay, so now we move on to the other two panelists. Maybe Shantanu, can you introduce yourself, please?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon once again. My name is Shantanu Verma. I work for Tata Steel. I have been in Tata Steel for the last 32 years. So straight out of college, I joined Tata Steel. And by the way, I'm a second generation Tata employee. My father's a Tata employee. My father used to work for Tata Motors. And similar case, he also passed out of his engineering college, joined Tata Motors and superannuated from there. In the 32 years which I've spent in Tata Steel, 27 years plus has been in the area of supply chain. My current role is that of procurement logistics. So anything and everything to do with logistics in Tata Steel, the commercial aspects of that is handled by me and my team. For all the plants of Tata Steel, mines, collieries, interplant movement, first leg transportation, second leg transportation, rail movement, container movement, air transport, then warehouses and stockyards. So all logistics contracts, commercial contracts are handled by me. And just to give you some numbers, I'm responsible for a buy of about 12,000 crores per annum. On a daily basis, we deploy about more than 100 trains every day we handle for raw materials and movement of finished steel. In terms of road movement, and at about 200 different loading unloading points across the country. So this is about myself. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Over to you, Dr. Arvind.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dr. Arvind Bhisikar. I am currently serving as a Executive Director, Information Technology with Indian Port Association. This Indian Port Association, known as IPA, is the apex body representing India's 12 major ports under the control of the Ministry of Port, Shipping and Waterways. In this role, I am leading the digital transformation and the port modernization initiative under IPA. As a centrally for all 12 major ports. This includes the formulation and implementation of the national IT strategy for the ports and the maritime sector. And I'm leading the digital platform like MSW Sagar Setu, previously known as the National Logistic Portal, which is the port community system known as in the maritime ecosystem. From that, I'm leading port ERP system that is called the enterprise business system for 6 major ports that is on the SAP ERP system. Apart from that, I am also leading the cyber security, IT governance and adoption of new emerging technologies, the port 4.0 and all those things. I have more than 2 decades of the experience in IT and e-governance domain. I serve multiple organizations in government and private both. Academically, I am engineering background, BE in computer science and engineering from Government Engineering College, Bhopal, followed by MBA from FMS Delhi in IT and strategy, and I am also having the doctorate degree from BIT Mesra in analytics.
Yeah, okay, thank you very much. So we have a good mix of panelists starting from the operation, Mr. Alvito, then logistics Shantanu, and Dr. Arvind from the IT digitalization side. So I will start off with Shantanu. Shantanu, what, in your opinion, are the infrastructure upgrades required for high volume bulk cargo, like especially iron ore, coal, steel, and what alternate modes need to be developed?
So India's bulk cargo movement, like coal, iron ore, steel, they are facing a lot of bottlenecks in the ports. Like there is a limitation of storage space at the port. Connectivity is a big problem today. We are able to bring material to the port, but then to deliver it to our plants is a nightmare. So few years back, the bottleneck was the Indian Railway wagon, shortage of those wagons. So with advocacy with Indian Railways, we were able to bring about a scheme. The railways came out with a scheme called GPWIS, General Purpose Wagon Investment Scheme, wherein people could own their own rakes. So with the advent of GPWIS scheme, we bought about 100 rakes. But now today the bottleneck has shifted. Like typically it happens in theory of constraints. So one constraint, if you elevate, the constraint shifts somewhere else. So that is what has happened. Today the bottleneck is track capacity. So there is so much of congestion that a transit time which used to take 24 hours is taking more than 3 days and 4 days, and still there is no predictability. So rakes are getting stabled en route, there is a crew shortage, and we are really struggling to move material from port to plant. So that is one of the infrastructure upgrade which is required. Then deep draft berths are required. Although India has got 12 major ports, but the number of Cape compliant ports are very less. I guess it may be about 5 to 6. Ironically, in the east coast of India, we only have the Dhamra port, which is Cape compliant. So in the year 2016, due to some issues, our iron ore mines, we have captive iron ore mines. So for about 2 months, our captive iron ore mines could not produce. So we had to import iron ore. And typically iron ore comes in Cape vessels. But and Dhamra port, although it is Cape compliant only for coal as of today, or as of 2015. So we had to get iron ore in Capes to Krishnapatnam port, and from there, in 7 small barges, we used to bring it to Haldia port, and then from Haldia port, we used to take it to our plant in Jamshedpur. So it is very much necessary that our ports become Cape compliant, because typically going forward, bulk raw material like coal, limestone, iron ore will move in Capes only. Then mechanized rail system, wagon tipplers, rapid weighbridge, additional rake scheduling and are required. Integrated conveyor links from port to steel plants. This is the China model. So we are looking at, in our Kalinganagar plant, which is slightly close to the port of Dhamra and Paradeep, we are looking at alternate modes. So inland waterways, NW5 on the Brahmani River. Yesterday itself, I had a long meeting with Chairman IWAI, and we deliberated a lot on how to take this forward. So what we want to do is, rather than depending only on railways, we want to develop the inland waterway number 5, wherein from the port, using the riverine inland waterways, we can bring the material to a place called Pankapal, which is 9 kilometers away. And at Pankapal, we will have a conveyor system taking coal to our plant and bringing steel. So that's also important. So like I mentioned, coastal shipping is another enabler which we are looking at in order to decongest rail. So today we are doing about 1 million ton from east coast of India to west coast. We do about 3 parcels every month. Our plan is to take this up to 3 million ton. So India has a vast coastline, but unfortunately, the coastal movement in India is only 5% as compared to 40% in the European. India is only 5% as compared to 40% in the European Union.
Now moving to Dr. Arvind. Dr. Arvind, like platforms like National Logistic Portal Marine and the likes of it, how can they support all these?
We drive the maritime ecosystem, and one of the key initiative is the MSW Sagar Setu, that is also earlier known as the National Logistic Portal Marine. This was developed by IPA, and earlier it was known as PCS, the Port Community System. And the key enabler is the all the vessel related information or the regulation that is managed in the MSW Sagar Setu, right from the vessel entry in the Indian coastline, its approval in the digitally in the system, then the voyage registration also has been happened in this one. The pre-arrival and the post-arrival and the berthing kind of activity all are detailedly monitored in this detail system. Apart from that, these are also connected with the port operation system at the port level and the private terminals or terminal operating system also. And it enables the electronic berth planning system, automatic identification system where we can trace the vessel, its location to the VTMS system. It also having computerized integration with some kind of the IoT system for the gate in, gate out, and tracking for container tracking and other things through different kind of the tracking mechanism of the National Logistic Data Bank, your voice of the railway, etc. also there. We also having detailed document compliant in line with the International Maritime Organization regulation, that is the all conventions, 7 maritime single window forms, standard documentation for the vessel registration and voyage registration. We are also in compliant with the security that is called the PANS, pre-arrival notification security of the vessel that is coming in the coastal line. That is a requirement from Indian Navy as well as the Coast Guard and the Director General of Shipping. So we are managing digitally all those movements electronically, paperless working through the National Logistic Portal Marine called as the MSW Sagar Setu.
Thank you very much. So high quantity of cargo needs equally efficient road and rail connectivity, and rail has been gaining popularity in terms of decarbonization efforts because the emissions from rail is only about 20% in comparison to that of road. So Shantanu, from your perspective, what kind of integration of ports need to be developed for railroad corridors for last mile connectivity?
So Indian Railways is coming up with dedicated freight corridors. There are 4 such dedicated freight corridors which are completely dedicated to move material from the ports. Then apart from this, I think we need to develop, like I said, the problem has become congestion on the tracks. So we need to develop multiple lines from the ports. So doubling of track, tripling of track, and that's happening. Today, Dhamra port had a single 64 kilometer from the main line to the port is a 64 kilometer line which the port has developed. But that was 10 years back. Now that is not sufficient. So they are doubling that, and in fact, in 2 years' time, they will triple that. So that is required. We are also looking at a completely dedicated corridor from Dhamra port to our plant in Kalinganagar. So initially our plant in Kalinganagar was 3 million ton capacity. Last year we have increased the capacity to 8 million ton, and phase 2 of the expansion is on, wherein it will become 13 million ton. So connecting Paradip port and Dhamra port through a dedicated line is important, and the master plan has been developed along with railways. So these are some of the things which are required because, like I said, today the biggest problem is I can get material at the port, but moving material from the port to the plant is a difficulty. So at ports, we are having an asset-light model. So we don't want to build our own ports, but we have large 25-year contracts with Dhamra port, with Paradip port, wherein we are taking the take or buy model, buy or take. So we are guaranteeing, at Dhamra port we have guaranteed 12 million tons per annum. If we don't do that 12 million tons, we will pay for the handling, whatever is the shortage. Similarly, we have a 6 million ton contract at Paradip. So by doing this, we are having dedicated capacity. Dhamra has one berth completely dedicated to Tata Steel, where they cannot get any other vessel other than Tata Steel vessel. So port is not a problem for us. The problem is movement from the port to the plant.
Yeah, okay, thank you very much. So Dr. Arvind, how does infrastructure update and last mile connectivity and policies measure of coastal shipping integrate with the MSW, Sagar Setu and port, EBS, etc.?
So this is MSW Sagar Setu. I already told that integrated with multiple players in the ecosystem. One is the NICDC. They have the in-motion platform of the National Industrial Corridor Development Corporation for the to enable the real-time end-to-end tracking of the cargo movement and at the roadside level beyond the port premises to the end destination of the that container. Apart from that, because these are having the GPS tracker in each container, this was under the different program earlier called as the Logistic Data Bank, and now they are come up with the Logistic Data Bank 2.0. This will also expanded to the Delhi Mumbai Industrial Corridor Development Corporation. Yeah, yeah. Bring it closer. Okay. Another is the connecting the port to the rail. So there are two agencies from the Ministry of Railway. One is the FOIS, and the one is the CRIS. The FOIS is the Freight Operation Information System developed by the CRIS of Indian Railway for the electronic tracking of the railway wagon. That is connecting to the major Indian ports, especially. Apart from that, this MSW Sagar Setu is also having some initiative for the METRI, that is under the India, Middle East, Europe Economic Corridor. This is the virtual corridor between the UAE and the India, have been having the treaty for the fast corridor, where the two ports in the phase 1 from India, that is the Dindayal Port Authority, Kandla, and the Jawaharlal Nehru Port Authority, JNPA, Mumbai. And from UAE side, there is a Jebel Ali, and the Dubai port is there in this first phase of the METRI. The METRI application is integrated with the MSW Sagar Setu. That is the METRI is the middleware application for interoperable trade regulation and integration. This platform is developed by the Rights Limited, who is the agency for the IMEC corridor. We are facilitating them for the all those kind of the information and the data exchange. First, the first track between these India and UAE ports. Apart from that, we are following the international standard like UN EDIFACT for the seamless connectivity. Apart from that, Ministry of Port, Shipping and Waterways come up with the standardize all those documentation and all those things, the port activities and operations. So they come up with the One Nation, One Port document process initiative. So we are also implementing these in our MSW Sagar Setu as well as the port operation system.
Yeah, okay, thank you very much. Now, coming to sustainable shipping, coastal shipping. So over the last few years, Ministry of Coal has made significant stride in the use of coal, sea rail network, specifically for coal, for evacuation of coal in coordination with the railways. As a result, coal movement was increased from 28 million tons in financial year 2020 to double to almost 54 million tons in FY24. And there is an increasing trend in that. So maybe Shantanu, you mentioned about some coastal movement. So you are the right person to ask.
What do you think that should be done to improve the...
Yeah.
It gets tired.
So what do you think needs to be done? Like we have been talking about coastal movement in India for many years, but nothing much has been happening. So what do you think needs to be done to accelerate this journey?
Yeah, so in the past, we have had the Coastal Shipping Act of 2025, which replaced the outdated 1958 regulation, removing licensing requirements for wholly owned Indian-owned vessels to slash domestic compliance costs. Then the Indian Port Act of 2025 modernizes the 1908 law establishing state maritime boards to govern over 200 non-major ports, and a maritime state development council for national coordination. So all this has been done. Sagarmala, backed by a 40,000 crore in budgetary support to unlock 12 lakh crore in port-led infrastructure, including 116 projects dedicated to expanding ports. The Jal Vahak scheme, which offers 35% operating cost reimbursement for any movement, coastal movement more than 300 kilometers. So what we have done is we have used this Jal Vahak scheme, and for the first time we moved steel, then slag from the port of Haldia to using the Indo-Bangladesh protocol route to take material into Guwahati. So by getting this 35% subsidy, now this coastal movement is about 800 rupees per ton cheaper compared to road for us. So with this cost advantage, new markets in the northeast is opening for us for sale of slag. So all this is there to further boost coastal cargo growth. Following policy support is suggested, which is priority berthing. Mandate faster berthing and turnaround of coastal vessel at major port and non-major port. Dedicated coastal corridors, develop exclusive shipping lines and integrate with inland waterways for multimodality. Fleet modernization incentives, bunkering infrastructure is required, and public-private ownership in port development. So all these can lead to accelerated coastal movement in India, which is currently at 5%, which is very, very low.
Yeah, thank you so much. Does it mean that draft is not the key issue now for the coastal movement?
No, for the coastal movement, draft is not an issue. For inland waterway movement, draft is a big, big issue. So as we stand today, we had moved one slag vessel from Haldia on the 17th of November. So till the first 5 days it moved, and it reached a place called Hemnagar, which is just at the mouth of Bangladesh. It is supposed to enter Bangladesh, but from 21st of November, today we are on 18th of December, that vessel is stranded on the Bangladesh border because the draft within Bangladesh is not available. We require a 2.5 meter draft, and Bangladesh authorities are not able to guarantee that draft. So yesterday I had to meet Chairman AWAI regarding that, because unnecessarily the vessel is standing. It's incurring costs. It's in nobody's interest. So draft is a big issue as far as inland waterways is concerned, but not for coastal movement, because coastal movement takes the sea route.
Okay, thank you so much. And Dr. Arvind, from your perspective, what other policy support and incentives are essential to promote coastal cargo movement?
Coastal cargo movement, there are multiple regulatory and logistic supports as of available. Recently, Government of India introduced a Coastal Shipping Bill 2025 that represent major reform aimed to simplify modernizing coastal shipping operations, having some kind of the key actor like single window digital licensing within 30 days. Apart from that, multi-port berthing permission without repetitive approvals, the single approvals for the ease of doing business and all those initiatives, up to 25% capital subsidy for acquisition or the retrofitting of the green and energy efficient coastal vessel is also available in this act. Apart from this, rationalization of compliance requirement to reduce the operational frictions is also the key enabler in this act. Apart from that, there are national logistic policy and other initiative of the Government of India, the PM Gati Shakti, etc. Some kind of the financial and operational incentives are available for the coastal cargo movements, like the port traffic and charge concessions are provided by some of the major ports, like up to 40% rebate on the vessel-related port charges has been provided, up to 30% discount on the cargo handling charges also provided by the major ports. Some kind of the fuel and taxation support concession in GST rate of 5% or the bunker fuel used by the coastal vessel has been provided. Apart from that, some kind of the initiative for the policy alignment with the National Bioenergy Mission is also there, where the green fuel guideline has been adopted, and the future use of the LNG, like the liquefied natural gas, etc. Methanol, biofuels, green ammonia in coastal shipping has been adopted and encouraged to adopt all those things. Apart from that, infrastructure viability support is also available, like the VFG viability gap funding is also done for the dedicated coastal jetties, roll-on, roll-off terminals, mechanized coastal berths, etc. For particularly for the non-major ports are also available in the guideline of the Government of India. Apart from that, funding support under the Sagarmala program, PM Gati Shakti, National Master Plan for last mile road and rail connectivity to the coastal terminal is also available.
Yeah, thank you very much. Before we round up, finish this session, just an important point I want to share with everyone, that we always talk about improving cargo efficiency in port by sinking in CAPEX, whereas there are a lot of operation inefficiencies in many ports, including Port of Singapore. So without sinking CAPEX, and I have practically done it, improved the productivity by 5 to 15% depending on various parameters. So this is the first step each port should do to increase the efficiency. And thank you very much. It was a very insightful discussion about coastal cargo movement, inland cargo movement, and ports. Thanks a lot to the panelists.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain Gupta, for moderating this session. And we also thank all our eminent speakers for their valuable time, presence, knowledge, and sharing their insight with us in our final technical session. And as a token of gratitude, I would request Monica for moderating this session. Deputy Director, Drury Maritime Services. Thank you, sir, for your time and presence. Thank you, sir, for your time and presence. We are also very thankful to Mr. Elvita D'Souza. Thank you, sir, for your time and presence. Director Maritime Infrastructure, Goa Private Limited. We also want to express gratitude to Mr. Shantanu Verma, Chief Procurement Logistics, Tata Steel Limited. Thank you, Mr. Verma, for your time and presence. We are also thankful to Dr. Bisikar, Executive Director, Indian Port Association. Dr. Bisikar. Thank you, Monica. We request all of you for a group photograph, please. Ladies and gentlemen, our final round of quiz. What we are going to do is we are not going to call out for volunteers. As you are very, very enthusiastic in raising hands from your seat, you can do the same in this final round of quizzing. Our final quiz question. Our final quiz question is very simple, and you can just raise your hand. Please do not answer the question. Raise your hand. Which is India's first fully automated port and is primarily being developed as which type of port? Please raise your hand. fully automated port, and you have to also tell us that it is being developed as primarily which type of port. So you can raise your hand. Mundra, no. More guesses? Okay. Dhamra, no. I think you can name all the ports. We'll definitely come to the correct. Which one? It's Vijin Jam. Sorry. Anybody can. Yes, that's the. And can you also tell what type of port it is being developed as? Transshipment port. So yes, it's Vindjan Jam International Seaport, and it's being developed as a transshipment port. Congratulations, and you can probably say your name. And where are you from?
My name is Kishore Bhaskar Vamre from Maharashtra, Nasik.
Heartiest congratulations. Can we put a big round of applause for him, please? Okay, we have one more question. Okay. So we have one more. All right, the last question. So we want to give out more hampers today. Which port in India has an automated container terminal, but it is not a fully automated port? A terminal, but it is not a fully automated port. It has an automated container terminal, not a fully automated port, but has an automated container terminal. JNPT. No, no, you said it in the previous question. It's him. Okay. Okay. By collective decision, he's the winner. Let's put a big round of applause. I think it's a it's a winning group rather than just single person. They are going to divide the hamper. Let's put a big round of applause, everyone. And if you can quickly tell your name and organization's name. Behind. Right behind you all, yeah.
Hi everyone, Abhishek here from Fretron. So we automate things as so we are looking for some new challenges from our side so that we can help enterprises to solve the automation solution.
So you all are from Fretron.
Hi everyone, this is Pankaj Agrawal from JSW Steel.
Okay.
Myself Deepak Jain from JSW Steel.
Heartiest congratulations. And everyone, you all have a QR code on your table in case you want to see the live, the Fretron.
कैसा लगा सबको कॉन्फ्रेंस? So एक बारी ना आप लोग अपने लिए ताली बजा लीजिए एक बारी. Round of applause for yourself only. As we come close to the reference of modern logistics for metals and minerals, I would like to take a moment to express my heartfelt gratitude to everyone who made today truly meaningful and successful. First and foremost, my sincere thanks to our sponsors. I'll start with Jindal Steel, JSW Steel, Lloyds Metal, Fretron, Saxena Marine Tech, Liberty High Rise, Hind Industech, Ware Minerals, RRS Logistics, and Fomento Resources for their trust, encouragement, and continued support. Your partnership enabled platform like this to exist where ideas, innovation, and industry perspective can come together so effectively. I would also like to acknowledge our support association whose guidance and collaborations add value to our initiatives. and help us remain the wider metals in minerals ecosystem. A very special thanks to all of you, all the delegates here, especially those who have traveled from outside Delhi in this winter season to be with us today. Your presence, participation and engagement discussion are what truly define the success of such conference. I hope you are carrying back not just insights and knowledge, but also meaningful connections from today. I would also like to thank my Metalogic team. I would like to call my team on the stage, my creative team, marketing team, and research team. Please, everyone, please come on to the stage. So all these decor, the designing, conceptualizing, color themes, visuals, which you were seeing on the screen, all of these designs are designed by our creative team, headed by Amarjeet, Shiv, Prachi, and Vibhor. Sab log upar aa jao. My marketing team, of course, they were in touch with you, starting from Yasmin, Rahul, Ruchi Tripathi, Imtiaz. Am I missing out on anyone in marketing? Please let me know. My Rahul, my research team, headed by Rajat. Then we have Kanwal, Devashish, and Akriti. I hope आप लोगों ने आकृति को अपने कुछ interviews या quotes दिए हों. We were having some interview sessions. If not, then before you go, please share your thoughts over the camera. We would like to compile those thoughts and post it on our YouTube channel. We have a channel on YouTube where we have more than 12,000 followers. And Disha, not to be missed, please come onto the stage, and Saroj for being the successful host and emceeing this event throughout. So this is Metalogic team, everyone. I would also like to mention that we will be meeting soon with you next year. Next year sounds heavy, but it is on 11th of February. We are going to have our next conference in the month of February in Pune. And the topic will be steel downstream for steel for automotive and construction. So I would welcome you all again. Let us meet in Pune next year. So thank you, team Metalogic. हाँ मैं बस तो फिर एक मिनट खड़े रहो आ जाओ वापस आ जाओ हाँ. We would be delighted to have your participation and continued association there as well. As we stand as a threshold of a new year, I wish you all, you continue to success, good health, growth in the year ahead. On behalf of Team Metalogic, I also extend my warm wishes for a very happy Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Thank you once again for being with us today. Have a safe journey, safe travel back, and we look forward to welcoming you again very soon. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. And before you exit, I would request you to all of you to come onto the stage and let's have a closing ceremonial photograph. All of you who are in the house, please come everyone together.
Thank you, Monica. And ladies and gentlemen, once again, thank you so much. Have a great evening ahead. Wish you safe journey. Thank you. Namaskar.